Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Wednesday. We are back. And we're going to be having some fun tonight. Aylin, it's good to see you. How you doing? How are the things? Ooh, what kind of snacks you got? There we go. That'll work. Okay, much better. Ooh, that sounds good. That sounds really good, actually. Holy shit. Okay, so we got a couple of things. So first off, we've got we're going on to day 3 when it comes to the videos for Ludwig and Michael Reeves going across China. So we're gonna watch that first. Then there is a tier list that I'd like to do. And then after the tier list, we'll get back into the long dark and we'll see if I can figure out what the hell is going on and what I have to do. HEB French onion dip is the bomb. See, I've never been to an HEB, so I'll have to take your word for it. But I've heard great things about HEB. So, yeah. But let's get into this. Let's see what the boys are up to today.
Good morning.
Good morning.
早上好.
Welcome to
Yunnan.
probably Yunnan for sure. A lot of tractors out this morning.
Today is the day that we make a lot of progress because of how bad it turns out we've been doing.
Today, it's 300 kilometers north
300 kilometers or bus.
or die. Anyway, we're waiting for the bus with our Chinese friends.
Okay, we should get the fuck out of the way.
Yeah.
You think, what's our path away from this wretched city?
I just got accosted by about like 4 awesome main
Have you seen the clip from a puppet comedian that came to San Antonio and heard about HEB? No, I can't say I have.
menus in a Schweiger, and the Schweiger said, let's go down that way. That's Beifong.
It's like that proverb that says it's better to trust a single Schweiger than 1,000
Menus?
signs. Menus.
Alrighty.
All right, let's see how this goes.
Yeah, we're good.
All right.
Oh, we go to the side. Okay, traffic's up. Oh.
慢一点啊！
你好。
啊，
早上好。
好了，有牌的
你好。
啊？领证冇？领证？驾驶证有没有？证件
金健。
啊？有没有？
对。
啊，得了，好了。
啊，好，谢谢。谢谢，拜拜。
早上好。
拜拜。
Should I wheelie? Should I wheelie?
Yes. Stopped by Chinese police?
For being white in China?
To be honest, I don't even know what they just said. All right, well, that's our first stop. Nailed it. Objective, escape Yunnan.
Is it still Bay?
It's turned into west.
I feel like we've been doing this fucking west-east bullshit.
Yeah, I won't lie, I would absolutely adore to be traveling Bay again.
Conveniently, we reached the end of the western path, and now we're going perfectly north. We also have another day of overcast, bro.
Yeah, and God bless him.
I mean, it's good for riding. It's really hard to tell what direction we're going.
A little bit, yeah.
My GeoGuessr skills get instantly demolished.
They must have they must have taught you some more shit.
Yeah, no, it's the river thing.
It's the water flows to the right.
All water flows to the right. Dude, you see the police guys are taking pictures of us? I don't know if it was like up for funsies, because my license plate's on the back, not the front, right?
Yeah, it's on the back.
Yeah, I think they're just taking a picture of us.
Oh, for fun.
Yeah.
Let's pull these two jokers over. Give them a good jerk. Yeah, they didn't even really frisk. They just stopped.
Okay, you know what I might do is just go on this right path. I just want to see what the sign says. Like maybe it'll have the direction, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or maybe I ask this guy right here. 先生好，这个路到北边，北边，这个路到西北，西北方，北东南西。
这个南，这个西，这个北。
这是北。
这边东，
北，
这边南，
南，
对。
这边西，
对。
这边北。
对。谢谢。This is confidence inspiring.
Okay, nice little chat with some Chinese fellows. And we figured out the road we were on does lead north. That's, you know what? This is the same issue we had in Japan. We're going the right way, but we lose confidence in it, and we need reassurance that it's the right way. We're on a road that rips like insane S's. It's like the most windy road.
Yeah, anyone loses track of where they're going on an overcast day.
Yeah, it's reasonable to be a little anxious. Well, hey, let's just rip this till it fails us.
Till something happens.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's fair though, right? Like if you're traveling without a map, you don't have any sort of navigation, there's no translator, you can't use your phone, you don't even have a compass. I mean, yeah, there's nothing wrong with checking and double checking like constantly.
Little update, we are in Shanghai.
You may have heard of Shanghai, but no, not to be confused. Their exports are mainly potholes.
Oh my god, it's really bad here.
You got it, you got it.
Oh
Just
my
give it some
god.
throttle, baby.
Oh my god.
You got it. You
Oh
got
Jesus.
It. When in doubt, throttle it out. It's like the way.
Oh, okay.
Whee!
I don't know if we can get some facts on the screen about Shanghai, but I just gauging off of the many skyscrapers that are unfinished, I think it might be in an abandoned city, and now it's like the most beautifully paved road ever. W.
What's up, guys? Here from Shanghai. Not Shanghai. I understand why you would think it was Shanghai.
It's very different.
No. It's actually super different. If you put two pictures next to each other, I wouldn't know the fucking difference.
No, if you've been to Shanghai, you'd know the difference. You'd know.
I haven't been to Shanghai.
What? All right, time for some night.
I was thinking maybe we just grab a quick big food so we can drive more as well.
I'm with that.
Oh.
We're feeling a bit of pressure today. First 2 days were fun, but you know, since we found out how far we have to go, which is like 2,000 kilometers to Beijing,
Oof.
which still isn't our final location of Ehrenha on the border of Mongolia, we feel like we need to crush a few hundred kilometers. So that's the goal today, is to try to really just fucking kick ass north.
Dude, the one
We'll see you in a bit. Package secured. Heads up. All right, food?
Yeah, let's find something quick and easy and
Yeah.
get the hell out of Chengdu or
Shanghai.
There are so many places.
Yep.
Oh, dude, let me get a new angle. Let me get an all new angle. Hey guys, what's up? We're in Shanghai. Just crossing the fucking street. I'm gonna get a 360 view of Ludwig getting turned into paste by this fucking car.
All right.
Oh, this feels horrible to hold in my hand.
Yeah, it's probably heavy, right?
I mean, it's just like I feel like a dickhead.
Look at that. Hello.
That's fair.
Okay.
He got it. That was his one. That looks
Maybe, yeah,
the
the
little
chef?
baby boy.
Are you talking about the chef?
Little baby chef boy.
I think
yeah.
they sell bao there. Bao buns.
I'd eat like 15 bao and then be good for the rest of the day.
Oh, this might be more.
Dessert based.
Yeah, it does look kind of desserty.
你好。 Hello.
我们想午饭。
We want to mimic?
我们家的糕点还是怎么样啊？
对。
是不是啊？
是不是啊？I'm trying.
That was good.
She can give us a little slice.
Oh.
谢谢。
Yeah, so cool thing about those, I can't remember what camera it is. It's like a specific type of camera, but basically what they do is it knows, and I'm not sure how, but it knows where the actual boom is that's holding it up, and it for the most part gets rid of it. I don't know the tech behind it, but yeah, it's kind of an interesting deal.
这个应该你们会喜欢吃，这个马蹄糕。
好吃。
Definitely sweet. 好吃，好吃，好吃。
谢谢。I got it.
Bye bye. You want to try this spot?
It looks pretty good. 你好。你好。你的特色菜什么？
石磨米粉，
对。好。
一样的。
来2个吗？
对。
对。I'm wondering what meat you get.
可以加这些。
Ah, okay, 对对对。
Boo meat.
No, boo meat.
No, that's okay. 加了。
喜欢了。
啦 OK。
对对。
正了，我想正了。
A little bit of tofu was added
Yes.
on top.
That's her protein. Don't fuck. That sounds so gross.
What? Tofu?
Prote.
You're a pro? You're a little pro for your scro?
It's time for meal review. I think this meal might be a winner.
Okay, here it is. Here it is.
I promise it tastes better than it fucking looks. I promise.
It actually
is
looks
really
good though, I'll say.
They have like a tofu, where it looks like it's just tofu, but then there's awesome. There's a yummy meat hiding
We hid
inside.
some meat in my tofu.
Meat's hiding. Oh, there's prote in there. And
The tofu delivery guy.
yeah.
Look inside.
Eat our son. 86.
Okay, that's the closest we've gotten to
Yeah.
this whole trip. It's fire. It's really good.
Yeah, it's everything I wanted in food from China. Sorry. What's up?
Dude, the fall of Michael Reeves.
Yeah, see, so like the software cuts it off. I don't know what the camera itself, like, what it's actually like doing, but yeah, it tries to hide the boom as much as it possibly can. It's really cool, actually. Spectre, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
It all started with an Insta360.
Okay.
I think this might be
This shot is sick too.
where we are.
This shot looks stupid, but it is really
We
cool.
might be in Guangxi.
Ni hao. They're
be
yelling,
easier.
"Why go Ren?" Yeah, it's far down.
Yeah, no, I don't know if I tank it.
You've been getting your prote in.
Dude, I hate looking down. It gives my fucking...
Oh yeah, you hate that.
Yeah, I hate look. No. No. 不可以.
Oh, you know what we could?
Oh my god. All right. What up? We were on our way outside the city, and in tip-to-tip fashion, we didn't make much progress. There's basically a giant river.
Oh,
I think
has
it's
it?
the same river we've been seeing. It's got to be the
It's the
fucking
Yangtze.
What we're calling the Yangtze. It's huge. It's massive.
It is, and we don't know whether to be on the right or the left side.
Doing
of it.
okay.
The river kind of curves to the right, so maybe the maximum amount of freedom would be to go on the left of it.
Somewhere in this quadrant is north. Yeah, fuck it. Also, they have a diamond statue. You can see it on my 24mm camera really well.
Yeah, and also wildfire.
Oh,
Can
shit.
rotoscope in the diamond closer. I'm holding it now,
Yeah,
look.
Just grab it.
All right, off to the fire.
There's two guys on our way to a fire.
Tip-to-tip bridge moment.
This is your first tip-to-tip bridge moment. Oh, it feels good to move.
Suspension
Damn,
bridge,
I was
yeah?
sweaty. I think so. I'm not a huge bridge nerd.
What?
I don't know bridges.
Oh, congratulations, dude.
Now this
Hell
river seems
yeah.
Our gamble paid off. What's this sign say? Okay, I mean it is Bay. Let's go Bay, I guess.
Hello. There's a little town called Yuinjan, and so we're here. And
Is it? How do you know the town name?
How are they gonna?
Can you
know?
put the town name in big text above us? Wait, I know what it is. Gong. No, I saw a sign. Right now above us,
Come on, dude.
it's going
Come
it's G-O-N-G. Gong.
Guys, what's up? We're here in Chinatown, and we're fucking doing.
Today's gone really well. That's why we stopped.
Today got horribly.
Brother, we're on the 207. Every single blue sign we see, which is our saving grace, our absolute Lord and Savior who we follow to the end of the earth, has said north. Like, I think we can drive down this road for hours and hours and hours, and that's
Okay,
what we're gonna do.
the prospects are good.
Yes,
The
that's what I'm
prospects are
saying.
good.
So it's
The
like,
prospects are good. All right.
should we apologize that things are going well for us?
No, I suppose not.
Should we fucking apologize for that? No.
I won't apologize for a damn thing.
But anyway, yeah, that's where we're at.
It's cool. I mean, we're just gonna keep blasting north. We keep going through town with extremely large buildings. Nothing. Town with extremely large buildings.
It's a good mixture of both.
Yeah, it's kind of how things go around these parts. My thing.
Hold up.
Am
I rolling? No, tell me your thing.
Huh?
I'm sure I'm rolling. Tell me your thing.
No. Well, you just go ahead and check.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Oh yeah?
Tell me your thing.
I think I'm not happy until we stop seeing fucking banana trees, and I see a lot of banana trees. We're still deep in the south, and I'm looking forward. I don't know why I'm yelling. There's a mic on me. I'm looking really forward to seeing some shit that isn't banana trees and sugarcane, because that means we're deep south.
He keeps saying the Chinese and banana scare
Maybe today's that someday. Maybe tomorrow.
All right, see you later. All right, that's where we're going. It's a hot spring. It's a fucking hot spring, okay? It's one of our dream goals, getting to a hot spring. It's like 100 kilometers away. We're trying to go to the Chinese hot spring over there, 100 kilometers away. Is this some of my peanuts?
All right, we found the name.
Xing xing, xia xia.
Xia. Xixi National Hot Spring.
Okay, G207 is straight.
Yep, so is the Xixi Hot Spring, so everything's looking good.
Everything is going well.
This could be like a 270 kilometer day, and we get an awesome hot spring.
It could be the best day of our lives.
Michael, we didn't lose it, did we?
The 207?
Yeah.
Dude, no.
Or the historic site.
Yeah, I haven't seen a hot spring in a while.
Oh boy.
At what point do we panic?
When do we panic? I think like...
Yeah, so they each have their own bike. The challenge is they go from the southernmost point in mainland China to Mongolia in the north. But they are not allowed to use maps. They are not allowed to use any sort of GPS or navigation. They are not allowed to use their phone. And they are not allowed to have a translator. So it's just them with their very limited knowledge of the language, riding motorcycles, and trying to get to the south from the north. Or, sorry, trying to get to the north from the south.
The next sign that doesn't say it.
Okay, I mean, that's kind of good, though. I mean, we could do that. I don't know if it's not Xixi.
Yeah, it ain't no Xixi, that's for sure.
But it said resort 20 kilometers that way. Resort town isn't a bad replacement. It's not the hot spring dream, but...
Yeah, but the good thing is that it is north. And we like stuff that's
maybe,
north.
allegedly. I can't tell where the sun is right now.
I believe...
It's definitely not there. I think it's somewhere over there-ish. So yeah, north is this quadrant. It's the end of the road. Can't put it in. We were so close.
I know. I know. It was good. It was good. It was a good plan, and it was a good time.
We were so close. Guposhan Tourist Resort. That's the other one. That was our backup. Maybe these nice schwagas will help me out.
你好，李schwager。
你好，西溪活水在哪里？什么？西溪活水？是
什么地方？景点啊？
指点。
So you can clearly see, obviously, they don't have a grasp on certain things, and they're mispronouncing things, but Mandarin is also really, really tough, as we learned yesterday with these videos, because of the, like, inflection, or because of the emphasis on a certain syllable. So, for instance, they keep going, Jujian, which means pig shop. But if you say Jujian, now it means hotel. So there's, again, it's a tough language, but there are a lot of funny things that happen because most people have no idea what the hell they're talking about.
西溪活水在哪里？
温泉啊？
对，对。
西溪温泉要往那边哦，60-70公里这样，在这里的东边，那可能就要2个小时了。
2个小时。
2个小时。OK，好的。 谢谢，非常感谢。Oh my god, how did we fuck this? How did we fuck this so tremendously bad? It is 2 hours to our east, bro. And we've been going
Nothing but hell-bent west.
What do you think? Because now we can either go to that tourist resort, or we can pop a Yui and we can keep
then just go
going north.
But I don't know what this tourist resort thing is.
I mean, we could go to it. It could be fun.
It could be lit.
Or it could just be some weird hotel.
It could be shit. You know, I feel a little better about it, and this might be like cope, than the Shishi Hot Spring, because it does say tourist resort.
Yeah, it does. I mean,
which implies housing.
Yeah, for sure. It's a resort. That's cool.
Well, let's fucking do it, bro. By the way, we were on the G207 the whole time.
Oh, we were on the G207.
We were.
We always should have trusted it.
It could be awesome and beautiful, and I'm down to roll the dice to fill the void that the Shishi Hot Spring left in our hearts.
Yeah, I mean, we're over 2 on hot springs and dreams in general, but we see the 207, and that's my new dream.
I so badly want to see how close we got.
Oh God.
Like, it must have been like it must have been like 10 kilometers, like a 10-minute drive, and we just fucking whiffed it.
I think so. Yeah. Or maybe it was just 1,000 miles away and we had no idea.
Well, so here's kind of the interesting thing, and we noticed this last night. Everybody here, with the exception of I think like maybe 1 or 2, but like everybody in China really, really, really like appreciates that these two are trying. So they may not get it, but like in terms of like how to speak the language, but people are willing to at least, you know, try to meet them halfway, or, you know, help them out with their pronunciation and stuff like that, and kind of figure out exactly where they need to go. And they've just all been really, really, really welcoming. But I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that even though their Mandarin isn't good, they are legitimately trying.
Major fucking problem. I lost connection with Michael. We have about 20 kilometers to go, but no way to communicate with each other, so I absolutely can't lose him. You guys can actually still hear him. I don't know what is going on in his helmet right now, but you can play a little bit of the audio.
Oh, fuck.
I can't, however, so we're gonna have to stay close together. We are 18 kilometers away from this Resorts World, which is funny because we're 18 days away from being able to play Invincible Versus. Guys, it's a 3v3 platform fighter, and on April 9th, they have a playtest for the game that'll be open. Link in the description. Game comes out April 30th. It's all the Invincible characters you know and love, and we'll see you in Resort World. Okay, little update. We are about 8 kilometers away. It has become quite like untouched. We've entered a very rural area. Very mountainous area. It's fucking beautiful. And we saw some signs that had like a picture of what looked like a resort you could stay at. Because I still don't know if it's like a mistranslation of the word resort. It's like a touristy area, but not a touristy stay at area. But it's getting prettier. You're about to see it. I only have a few % battery. You can still hear Michael.
What the fuck is he doing? What is he always talking to his camera? Look, this is what it looks like. Look, my name is Ludwig. I'm going to Guboshan tourist area. I don't know if this is the right place to go, but this is where I'm gonna go. I'm really sad that we didn't go to fucking Wishi Hot Springs, but I'm glad that now what we're doing is going to Guboshan tourist area. Guboshan!
That's it! That's
we made
Guboshan!
it!
That's Guboshan!
Dude,
Wait.
fuck Mongolia!
Is
That's
it Guboshan? Is it? Is that it?
Is it weird that we're the only 2 human beings here?
Nah.
No, right?
Not to work day.
Heard.
Yeah. You ever been to Palm Springs on a Wednesday? Okay, it looks like Guboshan's getting constructed.
Yeah, it's like TBD. No, right?
Oh no.
Like, just a couple days too early.
Like 2 days, this is done. But there's probably somewhere to stay for sure.
Right?
Oh, I hope.
You know.
Julian 在哪里?
There's the pig shop.
Julian.
酒店呢？
酒店呢？
酒店这不是酒店吗？
那个
这间啊，
啊
这间不是酒店吃饭啦？
？He's saying this is a fucking Judean.
下面啊，下面这里啊，
上面啊，什么名字？
这口什么酒店呢？
什么Judean？东西Judean，
公司嘛。
东西对。Any.
下面这里有泡温泉，什么都有啊。
He's pointing to the fucking building with the red letters.
上面这里有吃。
啊，谢谢。
谢谢。Is it a combination Taco Bell Pizza Hut? Like Judean Santing combination? 你好。
你好。
Hey, Sober, what's going on, buddy?
Judean 吗 Fuck me in my ass. He just went right for his phone.
这个是酒店是吗？
是啊，
酒店。啊，你的酒店。啊。
你们不是中国的？
中国的。我们骑摩托车从广州到北京，
你们会讲中文？你们是外国人。
小中文，我小中文。
Me little Chinese.
听不懂。听不懂。
听不懂。You don't get it. I'm trying to say I speak a little Chinese.
哦，我们会说一点普通话。
你们讲的不是中文呢？
一点中文。
一点的。
标准。
标间啊。
对。
标间。
两个长。
两个长。
Oh, okay, that was quick. I don't know what he just turned on. Oh, the lights.漂亮. Yep, that's classic. 我想吃晚饭。
有饭的。
这个。
Roast me a pork shoulder with some green beans and portobello. Ooh, that sounds good.
非常棒。All right.
两个人搞两个菜还是一个菜就行了？两个菜。
两个菜位，你的推荐是吗？
我吃你吃什么？要不要水豆腐酿？这个要不要？水豆腐酿。
对。
I think that's stinky tofu.
Ooh, tofu. All right, what do you want? Do you want to try the stinky tofu?
Dude, you know what? We should get it just to try.
Just to get it, just to try, and then we can try some other shit.
这个一个，我那里包有那个笋子汤，等一下张来给你就够了。不用再点了。
好。
You said one more. You want chicken?
Yeah, grab a chicken. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. What do you want from me?
I'm down for the chicken, bro.
够了，不用了。
Okay, 对，
够了，
够了。
不用搞那么多。
Let me grab my shit, my affairs. What's going on out here, bro? Where are we? You know what I think about sometimes? What Tip to Tip would be like if it was just me. I think it'd be the worst experience of my life.
I think if either of us tried to do this by ourselves, it would be the worst thing ever.
Because you'd have no one to turn to after just being 1 HP from tanking.
Yeah, cause you, dude, you have to either of us gets so overloaded by it. It's so fucked, man.
The sweet release of English wouldn't be there.
I think if it was just me, I would just never talk to people.
Yeah.
It would just be fucking solo dolo doing damn nothing.
Totally
So should we
fair.
cross off our bucket list item.
Don't fucking look at me like that.
It's a hot spring town, so.
So we kind of did it, right?
Doesn't this count?
Where's the hot spring? Where's the hot spring?
I think one of those,
Maybe in the back. You want me to ask?
maybe out there. There's a.
I could ask for where the hot water place is. 火水在哪里?
Hot water. Check your fucking room, bud. They're gonna bring us the stinkiest tofu, and we're gonna stomach one piece, and he's gonna laugh at us.
You know what this buys,
Yeah.
right?
What?
This is one McDonald's token.
Oh.
You know the stinky tofu buys one
It's one
McDonald's,
McDonald's token?
Yeah.
You guys know that's the rule.
You guys heard that.
One stinky tofu equal one stinky Donald. Ow. Is this not hot as fuck? Am I baby?
It's pretty hot. I can only go small sips.
I'm not liking picking it up. I don't
Or
want
your
it to see
baby,
me
I
like
don't know.
this.
You stare up at him with the two hands. You cooey. Cooey. Don't fucking. They can understand.
God.
Whoa, Koreans.
Oh.
Oh, wow. Awesome. I can hit my protein. Sticky tofu.
52 bomb block. That's good. That's a yummy thing.
The tofu is genuinely awesome because whatever this sauce is like.
It's so good, and also like the chunk of meat in each one makes me happy. I need to know the secrets of this town. But it does feel like it's just like, it started construction, and the guy who started construction just wanted to tell people about it, and so they
Yeah, we
made
just
a
got
bunch of fucking
clickbaited.
signs.
They just clickbait.
No wonder there's no one fucking here. No wonder we're the only people roaming the streets.
I mean, dude, he had the breaker off.
Yeah, I guess that means we're the only people in the fucking hotel, huh? My guess is like, this guy got in early. He's like, there's gonna be a huge resort town. Fuck it, I'll build a hotel first.
Dude, I think he's had this for like years, and then he hates the Guposhan.
Oh, you think
Yeah.
it's gonna take away from him? And it will.
100%.
It will take away from him.
Everyone who lives around there, it's probably like shifted their lives crazy.
Oh yeah. They're probably jazzed for like a few construction jobs, but then, you know, like when a Walmart goes to a town.
I really did envision like the nicest hot spring room of all time, though.
So these might be. Oh no.
自己家里种的，
It's like
后
peas.
面种的。
Their own. They grew them.
Oh, school lady grew these. Actually, you have no fucking idea, do you?
But
That he grew these?
yeah, he grew these in the back.
How do you know?
He said it.
Shut the fuck up. I've been eating them like, wow, I can't believe he grew these.
No, he grew these.
I'm like, wait, I got that info from you.
He grew these. He grew these. Translate that. Translate that and fucking prove me right. He grows these.
We got a problem, man. We got
You could tell me anything, man. Just tell me.
Oh, you sure you're not?
Never be fucking
Yeah.
mad about anything. What?
Okay, you remember the lunch from earlier?
The lunch?
Yeah, there's a bit of spice.
Yeah.
It came out crazy, Michael.
Oh no.
What do you mean?
It came out crazy.
Why are you all scared and huddled?
It came out crazy. I got a dragon in my ass. I
Please
got a dragon.
Please don't tell me that.
I got a dragon in my ass. Michael, I'm not done.
I was wondering why your underwear was wet when you came out. I didn't want to bring it up because I didn't want to make you feel bad.
Michael, I got a second problem.
Dirty.
There's a dragon in my ass.
I got a second problem, Michael.
What's that?
They don't got any soap in the shower. They also don't got any shampoo. Michael, there's shit everywhere. It's on the walls. It's on the walls. It's on the walls.
Interesting. Can I show you something? Just saw something off. Just this little magazine I was reading. 2 kilometers away, there's a hot spring.
Is that a hot spring town looking thing?
Yeah. But if that one wasn't available, there's actually another one just down the street, the Forest Hot Spring. And if you actually keep going, there's a whole list of hotels available at Guposhan.
This is for like the future. This is for like what will be the future.
Tell me, do you think this magazine is new?
Like 10 years old.
Oh god.
你好，你的什么推荐据点吗？
你是在哪里？
顾泊山大山温泉酒店。
姑婆上。
对。
你用一个标间吗？
有标间。
有标间。
Has
谢谢。拜拜。
Oh god.
It's exactly what we thought it was. It's just up the road. It's just up the road. It's exactly what we thought it was.
Jesus. Okay. So, do we want one more or do we save it for tomorrow? That was a weird day. That was a weird day for them. Poor guys. That was definitely a weird one. So yeah. So they started down here, and literally it should just be straight up. But again, it's not that easy. I think Aelin said it best last night. Basically where they are, because they learned Mandarin. But the problem is where they are, Mandarin is not generally the dialect that is used. They speak Cantonese most of the time where they currently are. So, Aelin, I'm pretty sure Aelin said this last night. It'd be like going to Canada where its two languages are English and French and only speaking Spanish. It doesn't go well. You know what I mean? Like, it's... Oof. The only Mandarin I know is hello and thank you. Yeah. Yeah. So, and I think it was yesterday, Ludwig was trying to say his name in Mandarin, which is not Ludwig, right? But he kept screwing up the pronunciation, so he called himself Pussy Burger, and he called Michael Beef Burger. And then poor Michael is basically, like, especially when people get confused, Michael keeps trying to say, well, you know, we're two foreigners and we're going on an adventure from the south to the north, right? But the way that it ends up being translated, because of the way that he's saying it, is we are two white-colored foreigners motorcycling from Guangzhou to Beijing, because Beijing, if I remember correctly, is something like here, right? And then they have to go up here. And it just it comes out really, really, really weird most of the time. But then it's like they think that somebody's asking them something, and then they try to clarify by saying that they're on an adventure, but it's not even close. So so things get even like more complicated, because somebody could be saying, okay, well, where are you going? And then they try to say adventure, but that doesn't come out right. So instead of going, well, where are you guys going? And them going adventure, they go, well, where are you guys going? And the reply is cat. So it's just like, wait, what? So you can clearly see how things are a little muddled. You know what I mean? Yeah, let's put on some Majula. Turn it down like a lot a bit, otherwise it's going to come in really loud. Oh, Jesus. There we go. So there is a thing that I'd really like to do. I saw this some point last night. I can't remember when. But I thought this would be kind of interesting. Thought it'd be kind of interesting because I don't think I've ever actually done this one before. And that is a Final Fantasy tier list. Now, they don't have every Final Fantasy. Like, they don't I don't see Final Fantasy Tactics here. Right? But, to be fair, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I do want to add one, if it'll let me. Add a row below, and let's make it that. Oh, no. Wait. Shit. I think it was green. Sure, we'll make it green, why not? And then here, this one will make this, and I will just put never played. Because there are some that I just haven't played. But I think this would be interesting to kind of go through everything. Because I love Final Fantasy, I really do. And I know a lot of people sometimes give them crap. But we'll see. We'll see. So, first things first. 13. No, sorry, that's... Here we go. 13. 13-2. And then... 13 Lightning Returns are all absolutely crap. They just are. I tried getting into 13. I really didn't like 13. I thought that there were a lot of things that were missing when it came to 13 and just in general, and it really took me out of the entire experience. So I don't have a problem with starting like sometime after the beginning of a story, but there's and I see what they might be trying to do, but the problem was that there's so much information that they don't give you at the very beginning of us, of you actually playing, that you just end up lost the entire time. And yeah, there's a lot of information that you're not privy to. And then there's, if I remember correctly, there's also a lot of mechanics when it comes to the actual combat that they don't explain whatsoever. They really do not explain it, like, at all, which is a massive bummer. Because there's the way that it's presented to you, but then there's the way that they want you to actually use the systems, and they don't really give you enough information to figure out how to use the systems, and it's all basically in real time, so you're constantly just guessing, which might work for some, like some RPGs, but for a Final Fantasy game, that feels like, what's the best way to put it? It doesn't feel right. Like, I have no problem if there's a little thing that comes up, say like combat pauses or something for a minute or two, right? And there's a little pop-up that you have to read, and it says, oh, hey, look, this went off, right? And they show you. And they go, that means this. And when that happens, you hit this button, and it'll bring up this menu, and then you can do this. And like, okay, fair enough. Like, at least with combat like that, they give you a tutorial, and then you go, okay, I may not have gotten all of it, but maybe I'll remember it as, time goes on, and maybe I'll one of those deals, right? Cool. I generally found 13 to be grating. Unlike other Final Fantasy games, Lightning was alright, but the Kid and Snow were very, oh my god, yeah. It just, it was tough. It was really, really tough, and I really, really, really didn't care for it, like, at all. Really didn't care for it. Let me see here. Let's exposition early on, like, what the... Oh, is an LC? Or a LC? Yeah, like, they don't explain anything. And that's kind of a massive bummer. And it's like, before you get any actual information, you're also fighting an Eidolon, which is also really weird, and there's only a specific way to beat the Eidolon, but then be able to actually use the Eidolon. It's like, there's just so many things that are just like, I don't understand what's going on or why, right? 1, 2, and 3. I'll put one I remember. I've played 1, 2, and 3. I wouldn't put them as A. Really, I know what they were trying to do, and I know that they're like the granddaddies of Final Fantasy, and I get it. But for me, 1, 2, and 3 were just kind of boring. Like, and I don't necessarily mean like the combat and everything else. The combat was fine. It was just I could never really get into the story. I wanted to, but it was tough. 1, 2, and 3, it wasn't that they were bad, and again, maybe it's partially because by the time I ended up going back and playing these, I was so used to 7, 8, 9, you know, all the more complex stuff. And it felt like they all felt very alien to me. Not that they were bad, just alien. I unironically adore 8. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with 8. Well, that's not true. There is something wrong with 8, but we'll get there when I list it. Now here's what I am going to do. This one could actually like bother a couple of people. 6. I'm putting it as an A tier. Now, I'm putting it as an A tier because I've tried to play it. I have tried to play it. A lot of people have wanted me to play it. They say it's one of the best. Great. Now, I'm taking their word for it because I haven't tried in like a year or two. But the problem is that when I've tried, it's always been broken. So if I use a keyboard, the thing just quits. If I plug in a controller, like a PS4 controller, it just quits. If I plug in a 360 controller, it just quits. If I plug in a PS5 controller, it quits. If I plug in a PS5 and use DS4 Windows to make it look like it's a PS4, it just quits. So my biggest issue was always having to deal with that. It's not that I didn't play it because I didn't want to, it's because I couldn't. So I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt because so many people have said that 6 is like really, really good and easily one of the best. But having said that, I couldn't. I wish I could tell you, but I really couldn't. Like I'm as much as, and honestly, like as much as I'd love to keep it A, because it would lose points, I have to put it down and never played. Because I've tried, but I literally cannot get past, like, once all the dialogue is done, I go to try and do a thing, and it literally just craps out, so I have to put it as never played. I have to. I don't have a choice. I'd love to, but for whatever reason, the thing just kind of dies on me, and I don't know what the reasoning is behind that. I have no idea. 5. I have played 5. 5 was good. I liked 5. I thought 5 was pretty decent. Wasn't my favorite, not by any means. And I never ended up finishing it, but I did play it. So there is that. But the characterization was good. From what I saw of the combat was decent. I mean, there was nothing wrong with it. Nothing like insanely special, but nothing wrong with it. Yeah, I mean, I had a fun time with 5. I can't remember why I stopped, but 5 would be one that, you know, maybe I should go back at some point and play. It's just tough for me because, like, the pixel stuff and the sprites, it can get rough. For me, anyway. It can get rough. Okay. The next stuff, let me see here. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I can put. Oh, yeah. So, 4, I can't remember what AF stands for, but I know I've never played it. I think that's it's like an RTS game or something like that. Never played it. Don't intend to. What is FF12? Revenant Wings. Oh no, this is the RTS. Yeah, well, either way, I've never played that either, so I can pop that up to never played. That's easy. Okay. So, very simply, 7 is great, 8 is great, 9... I'm actually going to put as an A. I'm not putting it as an S. Fafo, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? I'm putting 9 as an A tier. I'm not putting it as an S tier. I know a lot of people really, really like 9. I honestly kind of felt like 9 was in spots. It was kind of boring. I could never connect with the characters. I know ways that a lot of people have, but I was just never able to connect to them. And although the story itself, from what I remember, was not terrible by any means, I do remember with 9 feeling like there was kind of no point. And the reason I felt like there was kind of no point primarily is because when you have a story and it's supposed to be on like epic levels, but then every battle that you get into is incredibly easy, it doesn't actually feel like you've accomplished much of anything. Right? Like, yeah, sure, you unlock more story and you go to these different places and so, but you, like, I was never satisfied with the combat in 9. It felt way, way, way too easy. And even the hardest boss in 9, in my opinion, doesn't hold a candle to some of the early, simpler bosses in 7 or 8. So, but to be fair, it's not bad. The animations were good. The story, from what I remember, was good. It's now, I don't know, maybe this was just a me thing, but it just felt way too easy, and it really didn't feel like I accomplished much. It kind of felt like it was it was more of a story that was allowing me to interact with it to a limited extent versus actually being part of the adventure. And that's why 9 gets an A, because I didn't dislike it, but I think I would have liked it a lot more had there been more challenge when it came to the combat, and if there was more interactivity with the world and with the characters and everything else, and it didn't feel to me like it was there, sadly. Okay. Where are we? So, let's get 11 out of the way. I'm going to give 11 a B. Yeah. I'm going to give 11 a B. Now, actually, I'm not going to give 11 a B. I'm sorry. I have to give 11 a never played because I have never played it. And to be honest, from what I've seen, I don't really ever care to play it. And I'm not saying it's bad, but it looks very, very, very slow. I remember hearing about it when it first came out, and I was like, that sounds kind of interesting, but how does it work as an MMO? And then I saw people play it, and I was like, this is kind of what I expected from a Final Fantasy game turned MMO. And kind of not in a good way. Does that make any sense? It does. Okay, good. Yeah, it was one of those, okay, how are they going to make a Final Fantasy game into an MMO, and then you think, okay, well, this is how it could screw it up, and then it that's kind of what it felt exactly like when I saw it. But I know that there are people that have played it. I know that Flynn has played Final Fantasy XI. They've been a big fan of Final Fantasy XI for a while, and that's totally fair, to each their own. I've just never played it myself, and don't really have any intention to. This next one is probably going to hurt some people. Actually, no, you know what? I'll leave that. I'll leave that for now. In all honesty, 4, never played. Can you even still play? As far as I know, hang on, let's find out. Final Fantasy XI. Yeah. Website is still up. Still looks like a 90s website, but yeah, April 2026, login campaign. You can still play it. Yeah, it's still going. It is still going, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, Final Fantasy IV, never played. I don't know much of anything about it. I know that it exists, but I never got the chance to play it, so yeah. Sad but true. This next one, probably going to be a little shocking to people. Final Fantasy X, at best, C tier. At best, C tier. Kind of tempted, or would be if I weren't playing Old Republic, ESO, and Black Desert. See? This is what I mean. I knew somebody was going to go, oh my god, what is wrong with you? I knew it, but hear me out. Hear me out first, Vag. Hear me out, okay? My issue with 10 is that, and I've beaten it, I have beaten it, but my issue with 10 is that it lingers too long on damn near everything. Now, there is something to be said for letting things breathe and kind of getting, you know, getting the atmosphere and taking in the sights and all that good stuff. And there's nothing wrong with that. But with 10, to me, it always felt like when you leave an area, you're leaving an area, but you're exhausted. Because you've been there for so long. And then when you get to the next area, they expect you to do exactly the same kind of side missions that you just did in the previous area. And it exacerbates the situation because now there is an entire area of content that now you do not want to do. You just don't, because you just did it in the area beforehand. You also did it in the area beforehand, right? So you're tired. You just want to get to the next thing. You want to, get the story moving a little bit. But even that in and of itself can be really tough, because it's like, okay, we get into the next area, and now I also have to watch a 20-minute cutscene as to what's going on. And now you've got either Waka, or you got Lulu, or you got Orin, or you got somebody else, and there's some sort of problem, and yet it just, by the time you actually get to sit there and go, okay, what is it that I'm actually going to do here? And then you look at the list, now it's even more exacerbated. So by the time I ended up finishing 10, I was like, I can't do this anymore. So how is that any different from any other Final Fantasy or JRPG for that matter? Pacing. In all honesty, pacing. There are JRPGs that I like, and there are JRPGs that I don't like. And there's, even in ones that I like, there are certain areas that drag. Right? I think that's safe to say. I think literally every JRPG I've ever played, there are definitely areas that drag, right? And we don't even have to sit there and like hone it down to exactly what it is that makes it drag. It's just kind of one of those, oh yeah, no, that place is kind of a bust, right? You're there for way too long. You're doing things that aren't interesting. Like, we've all been there. Fair enough. 10 was like that for me all the way through. And I'll be honest, I'm with you guys. I thought Blitzball was crap. I thought Blitzball was awful. The controls didn't make any sense. The rules didn't make any sense compared to how you were supposed to play, compared to what they were versus what you actually had to do. But Blitzball sucked. I can't say I agree with that in regards to X, but I think it's definitely a difference of opinion. Well, yeah, no, of course it is. Absolutely. I mean, I'm not saying that, 7 is the greatest because it's S tier and that's just an objective fact. No, not at all. Not at all. This is all subjective. 100%. I'm going to say something that's probably going to piss people off even more, though. 10-2 was even worse. 10-2 was horrible. I'll flip it around. I definitely don't think 13 deserves S. Neither do I. I thought 13 was terrible. I did not like 13 at all. I definitely don't think 7, okay, or 8. Okay, yeah, I mean, and again, that's fair. But we're gonna be going through things, and I'm gonna be modifying it as we go anyway. So there's we're not done. Now here's some stuff that is gonna be interesting, right? Final Fantasy 12. I would love to put Final Fantasy 12 as an S, but unfortunately, I don't think it quite deserves it. I don't think it quite deserves an S. As much as I would love to give it one, I really don't think it does, and here's why. 12 was really good. 12 brought in some really cool things. The voice acting was great. The areas were great. The story was great. Van being the protagonist was... there have been better protagonists, let's be honest. I agree. But the other thing that really kind of screwed the pooch for me is they had a... and I don't understand why they do this, by the way. When I'm in a Final Fantasy game, I understand that it can be annoying, especially with the older ones, when you have the random enemy encounters and you're just... it's like you finished one and then you move less than 10 feet and now you're in another one. We've all been there. It's not fun. But I will take that system over what we were given in 12. And although the system in 12 looks good on paper, it's not. And the reason why it isn't is because you still have to follow the Final Fantasy formula, which is level up to a certain degree. Unfortunately, the storyline stuff is not enough to keep you leveled up enough to face the next set of challenges within the story. So now you have two conflicting things that are going on. You have a story that expects you to level up to a certain degree, and you have a combat system or an encounter system that is working counter to that goal and saying, nah, you don't have to fight these guys. You don't have to level up. Not at all. You don't have to do any of this. You can just side skirt it. And then when you get to the point where you realize you are getting hosed, you might already be halfway through the dungeon. And now all of a sudden there's a boss that is, if it's not one-shotting you, it might as well be. And you've already pissed through most of your items and most of your magic, and you've got nothing left, and all it would have taken was maybe 20 to 30 minutes of just, you know, doing encounters in the open world, and you would have been fine. 12 works like a single-player MMO. When I saw it in that lens, I like it a lot more. And I agree. It does work like a single-player MMO, absolutely. The ending sequence of 12 was also a bit dull. I agree. And again, there were a lot of cool ideas that they brought to the table in 12. But because of the issues that I ran into with that stuff, there's no way I could give it that. However, I will say this. I'm going to put it actually before 9, because 12 might not have gotten it right, but at least they tried. 9 felt like you were just walking through, like, you know, It's a Small World at Disney. You can interact by pointing at things and going, hey, cool, and then you move on. I don't know what it was with 9 that they were trying to do, but whatever they were trying to do, it didn't come out good. 12, at least you were like, okay, you know what, this is fun. Sometimes it takes a change of mindset that does it. Like Dragon Age Veilguard, I hated until I saw someone call it a Dragon Age fanfiction, and then I really enjoyed it. And I mean, again, that's fair. That's totally fair. Now, 15. This is going to be a tough one. 15, at best, gets a low B. At best, gets a low B. And the reason why 15 gets a low B is there's actually, I will say conversely, I'm trying to get through 16 and it plays like a single player MMO and I hate it. It's so dull. Fair, and we're actually going to be getting to 16 here in a second. But 15 gets a low B, and here's why. With any Final Fantasy game, okay, you should be able to pick up any of them and play from start to finish without, unless it's like a continuation, obviously, like, you know, 10-2 or Advent Children or Dirge of Cerberus or Crisis Core Before Crisis. Like, I'm talking the main, you know what I mean? Talking the main thing. But 15 over 10 is nuts to me. The story of 15 alone can't hold a candle to it. Well, I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that. So with every mainline game, okay, you should be able to pick it up without any assistance from anything previous to it and be able to get locked into the story. The issue with 15 is that you are coming in a third of the way through the story and they expect you to know what's already going on because it's expected that you already watched Kingsglaive. That's not how you do a story. Not even remotely close as to how you do a story. If you have something like Kingsglaive Final Fantasy 15, which, by the way, was not a terrible movie, aside from the fact that it was also a giant Audi commercial, there's no reason why you should have to watch a movie before you play a game. In my opinion, you should be able to pick it up and play it and be able to understand all the beats as to what's going on, why they are going on, what the true mission is, and be able to, even if it takes a little bit, you know, in terms of learning the systems and getting used to all the intricacies of the story and nuances of the characters and everything like that, generally you should be able to pick it up and with at least, you know, a modicum of understanding, figure out, okay, this is what needs to be done. This is the ultimate goal. Here we go. You don't get that in 15. You just don't. They expect you to have watched a movie that takes place before the events of 15, so that by the time you end up playing 15, you're all caught up. How do you feel about Spirits Within? It's been a while since I've watched Spirits Within, but generally speaking, because they were coming at it from the standpoint of a movie and not from the standpoint of a game, it was okay. It wasn't perfect, nowhere near perfect. It's definitely digestible, for sure. But it wasn't anywhere near perfect. Not even close. I do remember initially being confused, and then I watched it a couple of times after, and I went, oh, okay, fair enough, right? I get it now. But they were also trying to make a movie. They weren't trying to make a game that ties in with a movie. They weren't trying to make a game out of a movie. It is a movie. So within the scope of it being a movie, is it the best thing I've ever seen? No. Is it the worst thing I've ever seen? Not even close. It's okay. Advent Children I loved, even if the fight scenes were way too long. Yes, they were. They were very, very, very long. But now, here's the reason why, for me, 15 is over 10. I ended up watching a documentary not too long ago about Final Fantasy 15, and there were a lot of problems with 15. There were. the cool thing was that there was supposed to they did a lot in, generally speaking, a short period of time, and one of the reasons why they made Kingsglaive was because they were trying to do something new. And I'm never going to fault any Final Fantasy game or any game for trying to do something new. I applaud them for it. The difference is the execution any good? Or that's the main question. And if the execution's not good, then yeah, the end result is that that particular thing is not good. But I'll never fault them for trying. So they tried to do this thing where they tie in a movie as a prequel to a video game. Unfortunately, it didn't work. A lot of people did not see Kingsglaive, right? They were trying, however, and what they were trying to do was very ambitious. Unfortunately, roughly around the same time 15 had been released, there were other things that they really, really wanted to go back and put into 15 to give more context to. They were planning on coming out with multiple DLCs to allow you to do more things, not just cool, stupid little things like fishing, but actually like more storyline, more stuff, you know, that kind of fills in the gaps to the story and so on. Unfortunately, there were some things on the back end that didn't really help, such as the director couldn't really keep everybody focused when it came to like getting stuff done in a timely manner. Square at the time wasn't taking any more of their crap because there had already been like a lot of time and money put into it, and 15 did sell very, very well, despite what a lot of people think. 15 sold very well. The problem wasn't that it didn't sell. The problem was the execution after the fact. So there were supposed to be, I think, like 3 or 4 DLCs, and they only ended up getting one of them out, which didn't add a whole hell of a lot. And then, sadly, when it got about halfway through the schedule for doing the DLC, the second DLC, because of time mismanagement and because of mismanagement of funding, so it was just they were constantly, you know, pissing through money. You had a lot of people who ended up leaving and going off and kind of doing their own thing. And then Square at the same time kind of self-sabotaged. So they wanted certain things, and they wanted things to go a certain way, and they were pushing the dev group way too hard, and things just weren't working out. Things were doing nothing but getting worse. And then it was brought down by Square Enix that, yeah, okay, we're done with 15. You have to move on to another project, and this is what is going to be done. And then, unfortunately, that new project that they came out with under immense pressure was Forspoken. And we all know how that one went, because a month after Forspoken launched, that group got completely shit-canned. So it was very, very, very ambitious. The base game came out. There was supposed to be a lot that was done, but because of circumstances that was beyond really anybody who was working on the stuff, with the exception of the director and Square Enix, it never really had a chance to get any better than what it was, which wasn't necessarily terrible, but unfortunately, it also didn't have much in terms of a huge story, because, again, you're supposed to already know the story. Now, right? Why I put 15 over 10? I much rather, and this is just me, I much rather have I much rather, like, in terms of a movie or in terms of a game or even a TV series, I would much rather watch or witness or play any of those where the story itself is nebulous and vague at best, even though you know what the end result is supposed to be. How they get there is like really muddled and everything and confusing because maybe it's something on my part that I'm doing wrong. I would rather witness or experience or play something like that than ever subject myself to witnessing or experiencing or listening to or playing a story that I literally just cannot connect with, and the only thing I wanted everybody to do was shut the fuck up. That's one of the biggest reasons why 10 is where it is. My biggest issue with 10 is that, aside from things lingering way too long, and aside from just wanting to get to the next area and then finding out you're about to do the same shit you just did, and you're gonna be lingering even longer, and you're not gonna be happy, and it's not, you're like, even when you finish it, you're not gonna feel like you accomplished anything. And then you gotta wait for a cutscene that you don't care about, right, to go through so that you can finally start to walk around again, just to find out you have to do literally all of that over again. There was the story that I couldn't be bothered to care about. Under no circumstances was I able to connect with any of the characters whatsoever. Now, I understand what they were doing, and I understand what the story is, but then the entire thing gets exacerbated even more by the fact that 10-2 exists. Like, I could, if 10-2 didn't exist, I could easily take 10 and I could put it in the B column and go, you know what? There were a lot of things that were wrong with it, in my opinion. I couldn't really connect with the story, but I understood it, and you had a beginning, middle, and end. Fair enough. But the fact that 10-2 exists at all screwed it even more for me. Completely screwed 10 altogether for me. To be fair, I think my distaste for 10 is because I sat watching a friend play it for weeks. I might play it myself. I would encourage, and I mean this, even though I may not like something, I would absolutely encourage people to play it and form their own opinions of a thing. 100%. I don't expect anybody to agree with me. Not even remotely. And there are tons and tons and tons of people who absolutely love 10. Tons of people who absolutely love 10. Now, again, this could very well just be a failing of mine, and I acknowledge that. But for me, I couldn't connect with anybody in the story of 10. To me, there was no emotional weight whatsoever. I didn't feel it. I felt no emotional weight for what Yuna was going through what Titus was going through, Auron, and apparently this was a shock to people, and I'm not entirely sure how, because I've seen a documentary on 10 not too long ago. I want to say it was like maybe 4 or 5 months ago, and going, okay, well, maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. And the thing was geared toward explaining the story and going through all the minutia and everything else and showing why they thought 10 was one of the greatest Final Fantasies of all time. But I ran into the same problem. I did. I ran into the same exact problem, which was I could not connect with anybody. The emotional weight that was supposed to be there for Yuna, I did not feel. Same thing with Titus, did not feel it. And then apparently everybody was surprised when they figured out, well, you know, what was going on with Orin and how Orin did what he did and brought Titus into the future. And it's like, wait, did you guys not remember that he was there at the beginning when Sin came and started washing everything away, and then he grabbed Titus and they got sucked into a giant cloud butthole? You see what I mean? Like, I don't... Like, everybody sat there, oh, that's what it's like. How did you not see that? He was there. But it was kind of the whole point, was that when he got into the future and after he kind of got his bearings and, you know, after he met Riku and after he met Waka and he met a couple of other people and so on, he was finally able to reconnect with Orin and go, hey, what the hell, man? You know what I mean? And Orin was just being his very stoic self and stuff. And it's like, all right, well, then that means that he knows Orin from previous, which is shown, and that Orin dragged him into it. So it's no surprise that he's there. It's no surprise that he did what he did. So why are we surprised? And I think one of the other big things for me, one of the other big things when it comes to 10 is I was not a fan of Titus. I really was not a fan of Titus. And it had nothing to do with his combat or anything like that. I thought the combat actually was pretty well done. My problem with Titus is that he was written in such a way where everything felt forced with him. Everything felt forced. I never once was able to take Titus seriously. I was never able to take Titus seriously whatsoever. And the reason why is because here's a kid and his dad was lost. Okay, fine. Fair enough. He goes on this thing about how, you know, he wants to be the best blitzball player because his dad was, and like all this other stuff. And you're going, okay, so there is some kind of story in like he's trying to honor his dad, but at the same time he's also trying to be his own person and this, that. But none of that is reflected in any of the story whatsoever. Like even at the beginning when he's in Zanarkand, right? None of that is actually reflective of what is said in the dialogue. He's just this badass blitzball player. And again, there's nothing wrong with that, but there's no journey forward. There's no personal journey for him until the very end when he finds out who Sin actually is. There's none of it. And it's not even the very end. It's actually when you find out what Orin is, right? Like what's actually going on with Orin. That's when you find out what was going on with Titus's dad. And then they try to finally put in this personal, like, developmental journey, and it doesn't go well. It really doesn't. Or like there are weird choices. Like you remember when Yuna, and I can't remember the dude that she was supposed to marry, but she's supposed to marry that dude, right? And then Titus and everybody else shows up and she's like, no, wait, don't. You got to get out of here. Don't fight him. And after they already learned he was dead and like all this other shit, right? Out of nowhere. Now, you got to remember, this is a character who literally found out what this guy was about, found out what he was doing, found out that there was another avenue, which, although harder, would make more sense, right? And she decides to go about marrying this dude because she knows that it's best for him or sorry, she knows that it's best for her because it's best for the people. And then last minute she goes, listen, if you touch any one of them, I'm going to jump. And the dude goes, all right, I won't kill him. And then she jumps anyway. So, he spends the whole game complaining about how he hates Jecht and that he left seemingly out of nowhere, though abandoning him and his mother to fend for themselves. It's one of the first things he laments about when he reaches Spira. Agreed. But what reflects that in any of the gameplay? Like, he doesn't have a love-hate relationship with Blitzball, even though Jecht, that's what Jecht did. Right? We know that Jecht was a drunk and assumedly a mean drunk. We know that he did a lot of things, and that's all well and fine, but none of that is actually reflected in the game whatsoever until there's a cutscene, and now Tidus has to be mad about it. So you're not experiencing his development in trying to get over that and trying to be his own person. You're just witnessing. That's it. By becoming a better guardian to Yuna so that he can prove that he's better than Jecht. Right. But you don't find that out until when you find out what's going on with Auron. So, for a good portion of the game, he's just, I'm going to do this because I want to, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. He's got nothing to lose, right? But the whole thing of, you know, being a better man than Jecht was, it's like, I don't know. To me, it felt very, very disjointed. It felt like I was watching a movie versus actually playing a game when it came to any sort of development with him. And none, in my opinion, none of that was reflected in the gameplay whatsoever. None of it. His whole Blitzball player journey is to be a better man than his father was. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. But then none of that matters. You know what I mean? Because the problem is sure, like if you spent, say, like, I don't know, 1/5 of the game, and you were doing all the Blitzball stuff, and you were living in Zanarkand, and you were, like, experiencing everything that Zanarkand had to give you for what they could portray, and everything like that, and then everything went to hell. So now the story fundamentally changes to, here's somebody who's trying to rise through the ranks and become the best he can be to prove that he's better than his father. That would have had some staying power. Problem is that you didn't. The problem is that you're in Zanarkand, you're introduced to Zanarkand through his celebrity of being a Blitzball player, so he's already at the top of his game. He talks about his dad a little bit. He's in the middle of a game, and then Sin shows up and fucks everything up, and now he's in the future. There's the story itself, as aggravating sometimes as going through and doing all these side quests and everything like that, are exhausting. The story doesn't have time to actually breathe. It feels like it's the only thing that doesn't have time to breathe. That's why, and again, this very well could be a failing of mine. I acknowledge that, but my issues were the story itself, with whether it be somebody's personal story or the overall arcing story. I couldn't connect with on any level whatsoever, and all I did while I played the entire thing was just get more and more frustrated, because there was nothing that I could grab onto when it came to the characters, when it came to the story, when it came to the emotionality, when it came to literally anything. Even when the stakes were really, really high, I was just like, let's just fucking get this over with. For the love of God, please. Like that was, and again, like I said, that could very well be just a failing of mine. but it's that's why 10 is where it is compared to 15. 15, I could at least go, okay, well, you know what? It's fun. There's a lot of things that they wanted to do. There were circumstances, though, that when it came to the people who were making it and who were trying to get things done that were out of their hands, Square Enix was a big factor in that. They kind of screwed a lot of people. 15 didn't die because it wasn't good. 15 died because it was suffocated. Which is not something that I can say for 10. And then you have 10-2, and quite frankly, I feel like the less we say about 10-2, the better. '15 was also a vastly different game in its early phases. I agree. I absolutely agree. Again, and one of the biggest reasons why 15 is where it is again because you start about a third of the way through the story. Roughly. Well, anywhere between a fifth and a third of the way through the story, and you're expected to know everything that happened previous. When there's no way in hell that you can. Seeing the two different Noctis is pretty crazy. No, I agree. But yeah, it again, 15 was suffocated. 15 didn't fail because it sucked. 15, from what I understand, by the way, is still one of, and actually, I wonder if I can bring it up. Best selling Final Fantasy games. Final Fantasy 14, I mean, go figure. 10 and 10-2, again, I'm not surprised. 7. Other top sellers were 15 with 10 plus million. So it actually beats out Final Fantasy VIII, which is insane. Perfect, actually. Holy shit, okay. Yeah, so Final Fantasy 14, Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy 12, 15, which did 10.2 million. Then you've got 13, 10, 9, 7 Remake, and 13-2. So yeah, 15 absolutely did not die because it sucked. Or because of sales, or like everybody was really excited. Really excited. It's more that unfortunately it got suffocated. Hey, Sophia, how are you? Good to see you. So I do have to give 15 a little bit of credit. It's not because they didn't try. It's they tried some things that didn't work. And then, yeah, they just got the rug pulled right out from under them. And that really sucks. The only thing that I will say that I genuinely did not like about 15, like just right off the bat, is the song Stand By Me. Me personally, even though that version of the song is very, very sweet and it's very well done, I saw it as a cop-out. I didn't think they needed to have somebody go back and replay and like literally make their own cover of the song Stand By Me. They could have done anything else in terms of making a song that would have fit everything. And for whatever reason, they just went, no, we're going to... It was like, it's the first example I can think of where somebody took a song and they did either a remake of it or they shoehorned it in. And although, yes, technically it works, it's no better than the fan fiction type bullshit that we end up getting in most TV shows today that do the same thing. Where it's just like, oh, hey, I'm a fan of this band. Yeah, sure, fuck it. While these people are walking in slow motion, let's just play this song. That's the one thing that I always remember from 15, and I definitely didn't like. Not at all. And again, it's not that the song is bad. The song was actually done very, very well. But it just, yeah. That's the one thing I can really point to that I can go, no, that was stupid. That was really stupid. But again, this is also the same game where the movie that you're supposed to watch before you play the game was a giant Audi commercial. So go figure, right? So now, 14. Actually, sorry. We're going to skip 14 for now, because 14 is a little bit more complicated, as you can clearly see. So we're going to skip 14 for a minute. There's one more on here. 16. 16? I'm going to give a high A. I'm actually going to put it before 12. I really liked 16. There were things that I felt 16 could have done better. But the voice acting was on point. Better than most Final Fantasy games that do have voice acting. I thought the voice acting was very well done. I really liked the fact that 16 was touted as not your daddy's Final Fantasy, right? It was very heavily inspired in terms of storytelling, the way Game of Thrones did a lot of things, and I thought that was very well done. They took the subject matter very seriously, instead of trying to like balance out this, or trying to balance out a mix of seriousness and goofiness. They just went real hard into the serious aspect of it. They made it so that the storyline, although the storyline is shorter-ish compared to what you would typically see of a Final Fantasy game, because of all the extra stuff that in some way, shape, or form will give you a lot of extra context for a lot of things. 16 didn't have that. So is it perfect? No, I don't think it's I don't think any game is perfect on this list, by the way. But I really appreciate what they did with 16, and honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing more of it. And I will say, 16 has some of the best boss fights I've ever played in any Final Fantasy game. Easily some of the best boss fights. They did something that I think only Final Fantasy XIV has really been able to do, but because of the type of game that Final Fantasy XIV is, they've only ever been able to do it to an extent, which is make it not only a cinematic experience, but also an interactive experience that is part of this greater cinematic experience. So they go back and forth seamlessly between, like when you're fighting Bahamut, you go back and forth between seeing what's going on with your brother and actually fighting Bahamut, and then you switch it up, and now you're seeing it from your brother's perspective. You're interacting with the fight from your brother's perspective and watching the main character get his ass handed to him when Bahamut's kicking the snot out of him, and then you both have to come together to fight Bahamut in the end as like a joint effort. And the entire time you are in a literally an interactive cinematic. It is so well done with those boss fights, in a lot of them. They are easily some of the best boss fights I've ever had in a Final Fantasy game. They really, really, really are. But I also think it's a little bit, and I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing. Again, I think the story itself could have been a little bit longer, which could have easily been taken care of by, hey, maybe there's some side quests and stuff that we can do, because there really aren't many. There really are not many side quests at all. And the side quests that we do have, there's not really any extra context that you're gleaming from it. So good story, but it doesn't have the depth that others do. And even putting 16 before 12 is tough, because 12 had a lot of depth. It had a lot of extra context and a lot of depth and a lot of moments where you could sit there and go, oh, damn, okay, this makes sense now. And you don't get that in 16, so it's either an all or nothing package. It's really, really, really tough. But I will say that easily some of the best boss fights I've ever had in a Final Fantasy game came from 16, and that's why it's where it is. Also true, it's good to see you, buddy. How you doing? So now, 14. 14 is a really, 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 really tough one. And I've been trying to think of this as to exactly where I want to put it. And that makes it even tougher. The reason why it's tough is because although I love Final Fantasy 14, well, there's a thing down here that says never played. Um, 14 is tough. I really, really, really want to put 14 at an S. I really do. But I'm torn. I'm very torn. And the reason why I'm torn is because of Dawn Trail. In terms of time played, I feel it'd be an S for you. Here's the thing. 14 is, up until Dawn Trail, 14 is, for all intents and purposes, amazing. The problem is that Dawn Trail exists. And it is part of 14. So with Dawn Trail, a lot of the time, I felt that there were a lot of really interesting things that they could have done. And we have talked about them many times previous. That they just didn't do. And the entire time I played Dawn Trail, I just felt like we were getting shortchanged. Like, it was not good. And then, about halfway through Dawn Trail, it takes a sharp left. It takes a real hard, sharp left into a completely different story that has literally nothing to do with everything that you just went through previously in the first half, and then tries to connect it in the 11th hour by looping back around because there's one character that can go back to where you came from in the first half. I mean, I remember us all sitting here in Floods of Tears. It was so good. I don't know if Dawn Trail undermines that out of an S. It seems like you want to rate Dawn Trail outside of the rest, which is fair. Well, so here's the thing. I absolutely would, but the problem is that this tier list goes, here's 14, here's A Realm Reborn, here's Heaven's Ward, here's Stormblood, here's Shadowbringers, here's Endwalker, here's Dawn Trail. Now, I can rate these 6 by themselves, sure, but as a whole, they are all 14. That's kind of the problem that I have. Like, I can sit here and I can compare Dawn Trail to Stormblood and go, okay, yes, but Stormblood had these things going for it, and Stormblood knew what it was trying to do because it was in the middle of a story. Dawn Trail had absolutely no idea what the hell it was doing. And even they admitted that, right? ARR is another one. A Realm Reborn is another one that there was a lot of really interesting stuff, but unfortunately they also had no idea what the hell they were doing. So there were a lot of times in A Realm Reborn where, at best, you're interested enough to keep going, but that doesn't mean that you're having fun. And that was the first one. Like, it didn't, like, ARR finally picked up, but it finally picked up toward the end. And then we got into Heaven's Ward and we were all on board, right? And that's great. But it took the majority of A Realm Reborn before any of us were really like, okay, yeah, here we go. This is what we're doing. Let's do it. You know what I mean? So it's not simple, because you could look at all of these and that's all well and fine and you can compare them to one another. But Final Fantasy XIV, I'm comparing to all of these as a whole at the same time. I really, really, really want to give 14 an S, but the problem that I'm facing is, did Dawn Trail take away from that for me? And I don't... I'm gonna... I don't know. I'm going to say that 14 is an S, for sure, but there is a caveat to that. The caveat is that, in my opinion, 14 is one of the greatest Final Fantasy stories ever told. Easily one of. Especially considering it took them a decade to go through it. And I really, really like that they took the time to listen to the players and to understand what the players were looking for and what they really vibed with over the course of the first 5 expansions to make Endwalker as insanely good as it was. And to really bring everything to an ending. And that's really cool. Having said that, I think the problem with Dawn Trail is that even though we knew that there was no way Dawn Trail was going to be even half as good as Endwalker, and we knew that going in, I think it bombed so unbelievably hard. Because there were so many cool things that they could have done and they just didn't. And then you get to the end, you get to what you think is the end, and then they pull a 180 and you are in a different environment altogether with completely different characters, even though you didn't particularly like where you were in the first half, you've got now 0 frame of reference, and it's mega whiplash. And now you got to try and figure out what the hell you're doing there, because come to find out, literally nothing that you did in the first half actually really makes any difference, like at all. It really doesn't. Like there was nothing about anything that happened in the first half of Dawn Trail that really matters. They could have easily done, okay, here's Wook Lamont, here's her brother. They're both vying for the spot of, you know, the leader of this nation, that their dad is abdicating to one of them. He's doing this contest. Great. Right? You could have easily, in my opinion, you could have easily been somebody who was an observer of both and given your thoughts. And then the father goes, you know what? I don't like the fact that I'm putting my kids through this. So instead, how about they rule together? And that would have been a much shorter and also a much more concise way of doing this, of having the same end result without having to babysit Wook Lamont for the entire first half of the game to go around, learn what people's wants and needs and aspirations and dreams and what their complaints are, so that you can then turn around, give them to Wook Lamont, and then Wook Lamont at the end of each area goes, oh, now I get it, and I understand. This is what people are looking for in this particular area. These people want X. Maybe I can take those things and I can use those in the next area. And then she doesn't. And you're right back to step one all over again. So you have all these things that you're learning, and that's great, but she hasn't learned anything. And that's really a massive, massive disappointment. So I will say, is 14 an S? Yes, but just barely. Just barely an S. But that's because of all the amazing things that it did beforehand. And I'm tacking it up to Dawn Trail is a new story that they're starting in 14. It's not the best. They should have known better. They didn't. They got a little too complacent with a lot of things. And hopefully they're learning. Hopefully they're learning from it. But unfortunately, we just don't know yet. We have to wait and see until the next one. That's all I can really say. Now, in terms of the actual expansions, ARR, I'm going to give ARR a B. Gonna give ARR a B. I just am. I'm actually going to put it here. It was a really, really good attempt, but there was so much information that you really, really had to go looking for, and it was very, very, very long. It was very long. Again, it wasn't that the story was bad. The story was really good, and I like how they tied it in with 1.0. But again, you have to go looking for all of that. There's a lot of different things that need to be done in order to ensure that you get the full story and so on. And I'll be honest, they had no idea what they were doing at the start. They had zero clue. Yeah, ARR was great for political stuff. In terms of like the inner workings and the politics of every faction and learning it, but it was a slog. It just was. Heaven's Ward, easy S tier. There's a reason why it's the only one out of all of them that's won any awards. That's a given. The story itself was great. The introduction of new characters was awesome. It made it finally really feel epic. I mean, there's just so many things about Heaven's Ward that I really, really loved, and so did everybody else. Done and done. Stormblood. Stormblood, I'm actually going to put as a B. Stormblood is not terrible. But the problem with Stormblood is that it did the same, is that Dawntrail actually did the same thing Stormblood did. The only difference is that Stormblood knew that it needed to be in two places at once to keep the story going. And it's understandable when you're in that environment to try and put things together and they only kind of work. Like, they could have been done better. Like, you end up going from, I can't remember where in Eorzea, but you end up going from Eorzea to Doma, right? And Doma was a really, really cool place. But again, it was kind of a harsh transition. But they knew that going into it, and they were also taking lessons learned from both ARR and from Heaven's Ward, and making things more streamlined, and that's a good thing. So they do have some really good things associated with it. But again, it only kind of worked, right? And I get that. It wasn't the most interesting. They're trying to give more backstory. They're trying to do a lot of things, and that's great. But I mean, you know, not every expansion can be Heaven's Ward. Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers I'm easily putting before Final Fantasy XII as an A. I really liked Shadowbringers. There were a couple of things that I didn't particularly care for, though, that I think kind of hurt everything. One of the biggest things was trying to bring in the job quests. And I don't mean like just the generic job quests when it came to 14. I mean the actual story-specific job quests. The thought process behind it was quite literally that, okay, well, you have the Warriors of Light, right? The Warriors of Light are pretty cool. And again, I know I'm kind of getting into spoiler territory, but this story's like 12 years old at this point, so get over it. You have the original Warriors of Light. And the original Warriors of Light are brought back from the events of 1.0. Unfortunately, they were also transported to this other world that light is actually what is a danger to most people. And you have to try and figure out why. Well, come to find out, these Warriors of Light are now Warriors of Darkness. But being Warriors of Darkness, they are trying to fight the symptoms. They're not trying to fight the actual cause, which is where you have the conflict between your character and the Scions versus the original Warriors of Light, now Warriors of Darkness, right? And that's great, but then they want you to go out and they want you to they want you to take your class and play as that class from the perspective of a Warrior of Darkness, just like the previous party did. And that really slows everything to a grinding halt for quite a while, because then there come points where you go, okay, I've done all the story missions, I've done a lot of the side quests, I've done all that. Now I have to do the job specific stuff. But then they go, well, this would actually be better if you were at least one more level. And you're like, fucking really? I gotta do more? So now you have to go out and you have to grind a little bit until you get to that point, and then you can go back and do that. And you can do maybe 2 or 3 quests, and then you have to stop. And then you gotta go through more of the story. And then you have to do more side quests. And then the job stuff comes up and goes, well, it's probably, we're not going to let you because you're not high enough level yet. So then you got to go out and grind. And you like the whole process. Yeah. Not fun. Not fun at all. Though I will say, one sec. Don't choke on air. I will say, the ending for Shadowbringers is very, very, very well done. Very well done. And that's where things really started to hit me. In terms of emotional stuff. That's where things really started to hit me. So, it's an A. It's a solid A. Endwalker, S tier. 100% S tier. Absolutely. I can't think of any other game. There are only a few games that have ever like really made me sit down and like be emotional and cry. Final Fantasy XIV is definitely in that, but Final Fantasy XIV also has the distinct pleasure of quite literally being the only game where I have sat and cried for 5 hours straight. And I mean, I was like ugly crying. I was sobbing. Okay? It was really, really, really emotional. Endwalker, not only did it feel like it was the end, because they told you it was, Kiryu at the end of his minigame ugly yes, well, actually, are you talking about Gaiden? Is that the one you're talking about? When he sees the kids on the iPad? Yeah, the man with no identity. Literally that. I did that for 5 hours straight. Every single time. Every time there was a new thing that developed in Endwalker. And it was actually a really, really cool way of doing it, right? So what they did is they ramped it up, and you knew that every single step you got closer to Ultima Thule. Corgi coming in with a raid. Thank you so much, Corgi. Could we get a shout out for Corgi? I'd appreciate it.
What the fuck are you doing here?
Thank you so much, Corgi. How you doing? So, you had this build-up to get everything ready that you needed to get ready for Ultima Thule. And you knew you were going someplace else, but it was this big deal. And you actually felt like you accomplished something every time you got closer. And then you finally get there, and everything kind of goes to hell. And then from there on out, it's quite literally, you're at the end. And then every time things develop further and further, it hurts more. And it hurts more and more. And you're trying to deal with the weight of these people that you have come to rely on and that you've been on so many adventures with, that are doing everything they can to ensure that you go on and that you continue. But at the same time, because of what they're doing, you're losing them. Until you're quite literally alone. There's nobody else. It's just you. And then you have the walk. And that walk is so brutal. It is so brutal. the last 5 hours are just a roller coaster of emotion. They really, really, really are. Endwalker's the only game that's made me cry that hard for that long. Death Stranding 1 definitely made me cry at the end, the final, like, 2 hours. Death Stranding 2, I cried, but not as long. But there were definitely moments that got me in Death Stranding 2. Metal Gear Solid 3. The part that gets me in Metal Gear Solid 3 is the very ending. After you get out of the USSR, and after Snake finally gets laid, and he goes back to the White House. Once he gets back to the White House, that's that whole thing. That makes me cry, but that's maybe 30 minutes. Right? So yeah, Endwalker absolutely has the distinct honor of being the one that's made me cry the longest. Dawn Trail. Dawn Trail, I just... oof. Dawn Trail is really, really, really rough. Is it playable? Yes. Is it any good? In my opinion, I really, really didn't like Dawn Trail. There were a lot of things that I think they dropped the ball on. A lot of things. There were some fun parts. There were. But generally speaking, Dawn Trail was... It just... I'm going to put it as a low C. I'm going to put it as a low C. I am. Because if I'm comparing it to 10, and I know 10 being where it is there's a lot of people who are not happy with me. But I will give 10 this, if I'm comparing it to Dawn Trail. 10 was a game. Now, just because I couldn't emotionally connect with 10, and then they came out with 10-2, which was even worse, by a lot, I can absolutely say that 10 was a game. And for a lot of people, 10 is probably one of the best. Fair enough. Dawn Trail, on the other hand, was two halves of a game that were connected in such a nebulous way and weren't connected until the very end. And there was a lot of time spent doing a whole lot of nothing in both halves of the game that it didn't even feel like Final Fantasy to me. It didn't. It felt like a babysitting simulator. That's what it felt like. Dawn Trail felt like a babysitting simulator. Didn't feel like Final Fantasy. It's like, it is so low in C that you could, the argument could be made to put it even lower and put it in D tier. But if I put it in D tier, the problem is that it would be giving more credit to 13, 13-2, and Lightning Returns, and 10-2. And I can't do that. So, yeah, Dawn Trail low C, very like the lowest you could go before going into D tier, which is like stuff that I can't stand. Now we haven't talked about 10-2. I'll get into 10-2 versus 15. Like I said before, the problem with 15 is that you are about a fifth or a third of the way through the story when you start 15 because they expect you to have watched a movie previous to playing the game. And that's how it's supposed to be. That didn't go well. It had a lot of things going for it. Unfortunately, a lot of those things didn't pan out. A lot of them were because of the director, and a lot of them were also because Square Enix was suffocating the life out of them. So it had the potential to be better than it was. But it never got to that point because Square Enix, although it sold over 10 million copies, Square Enix got cold feet and said, nope, that's it, we're done, we're going on to something else, and it is how it is now, and that's basically it. 10-2, even though I'm not the biggest fan of 10, I can tell you that one of the biggest issues that I have with 10 is that 10-2 exists. And it's because it makes less, it completely destroys, even though I didn't feel it, I didn't vibe with the emotionality, I didn't vibe with the emotional weight that 10 was trying to put on the players. I can acknowledge that it was there, and I can acknowledge that I understood what they were trying to do. But for the life of me, I can't understand why all of a sudden we go from Yuna trying to figure out where Titus went and what happened to him because she loves him to we are now a K-pop band. That's where I don't understand it. Even in the slightest, I don't understand it. Like, I mean, Vag, honestly, what do you think of 10-2? I like it, but only because I recontextualized it as a game that's meant to be fun and silly. I mean, fair. I can see recontextualizing it, sure. The thing I could just never get over is, okay, but she's supposed to be looking for Titus. She's supposed to be doing these things. Wouldn't her and the other two basically becoming a K-pop band kind of hinder all of that? Like, let me look something up. How long after 10 did 10-2 take place? 6 years. No, wait, this is a whole... Maxine? What? No. How long after FF10 did 10-2 take place? Okay, takes place 2 years after the events of Final Fantasy 10, right? That's what the Dressphere system and the Dressphere Hunter business is about. You gotta stop using the AI overview. I know. Well, again, that's why I looked. I was like, wait a minute, 79? That doesn't even make sense. No, so it takes place 2 years after the events of Final Fantasy X, right? So you mean to tell me that in that entire time, they had to become it took them 2 years, seemingly to only become K-pop stars to learn a thing, so that then they could go on the story. Yeah, no. I know that. The problem is that it's jarring. And I'm not talking about the Sphere Hunter stuff, right? I'm talking like we could literally, let me see if I can find it here. Let me do this. So FF10 ending, right? We'll bring this up. Remaster ending. Fair enough. If it ever decides, you know what I mean? Okay, so we'll do this. To intro. Opening, sure. HD? No. That's not it. Okay. This won't be the best one, but... And there's no way it's in 1440p with this, but... I'll let it go for now. Right? So... This is the ending of 10. Oh yeah, also, by the way, fighting Sin was kind of a nothing burger.
To go. I'm sorry I couldn't show you Xanarkand. Goodbye.
Hey! We're gonna see you again!
So, for all intents and purposes, right, for people who haven't played this game or, you know, they don't know anything about it, long story short, the guy who jumped in to that glowy mist, his name is Titus. He was brought to that world. It's actually the future of his world, to where it's not even remotely close to being as advanced as it was. Come to find out, that giant monster that, like, kind of just evaporated at the end, that the ship was flying next to, was basically his dad. For a lot of different reasons. It's kind of a complicated thing, fair enough. But, like, for all intents and purposes, by the time that happens, Titus is basically dead. In the way that they understand it. Okay? There's kind of the best way to describe it is there is an afterlife, but it is quite literally an afterlife. So when Yuna, who is one of those, she's one of those people that I guess you could say kind of ferries it. He's the wishes of every soul that was resting. Yes. She kind of ferries the dead by doing that dance that you saw her do, but there's no real remorse because they're just going over to the literal other side. Right? Okay, fair enough. Now, Titus has come to terms with what he is, being the wishes of every soul that was resting and yada yada yada. Fair. That's fine. Right? So he's already come to terms with it. He said goodbye. Yuna, being the type of person that she is throughout this entire game, her entire belief structure has shattered, which I think happens roughly about halfway through the game, if I remember correctly, because she finds out that this monster, that they didn't know who or what this monster was at the beginning. They just knew that it could destroy basically everything, and every few years, you'd have a new one of these people like Yuna who would have to come out, and she'd have to summon these fantastical creatures and everything to help stop it from basically destroying the world. But now, because her entire belief structure in terms of what she has to do and why she has to do it has been shattered, the only person that she could really rely on was Titus, because he was her rock. He's accepted what he is, which is why he jumped in, because he's ready to embrace it with open arms. Yuna, not really ready for him to go yet, and that's why, you know, she runs toward him and she tries to give him one last embrace, and it doesn't work, because it's well past his time to go anyway. And she tells him, "I love you." Okay, fair enough. Right? So that's where we're at so far.
Yuna, it's time.
Everyone has lost something precious. Everyone here has lost homes, dreams, and friends. Everybody? Now, Sin is finally dead. Now, Spira is ours again. Working together. Now we can make new homes for ourselves and new dreams.
Also, by the way, and I found this out when I watched this documentary a couple of months ago, or however long it was. So the reason why the voice acting in this game has weird pacing sometimes is because they're trying to match it with animations that were originally made for Japanese voiceover. So I can't really fault them for that.
Although I know the journey will be hard, we have lots of time. Together, we will rebuild Spira. The road is ahead of us, so let's start out today. Just one more thing. The people and the friends that we have lost. No dreams have faded. Never forget them.
Oh, good. Cabriolet 21 just came online. So, you see at the end, she's talking to a bunch of people. They already all know who she is, right? Because her being what she was a really, really, really big deal anyway. She literally has the entire pulse, the entire spiritual pulse of everybody in that world, right? You can clearly see that she's trying to move on, she's trying to understand, she's trying to live her life, and that's fair. And to your point, and I do agree, right? People deal with grief differently. If her becoming a K-pop group is her way of dealing with grief, so be it. That's all well and fine, and I don't have any issue with that. The issue is how jarring it is for a story that, even though I may not emotionally connect with it, is such a massive departure from what 10 was that it doesn't, to me, make a whole lot of sense, because now here's the intro for the second one, even though it says 1440 by 1080, but I think they're full of shit. But you'll understand what I mean. So, same place, by the way. Cool. Now, I can bring you through the thought process that I was going through when I first saw this, right? I saw that place. The World of Spirit itself is different. Blitzball isn't really a thing, so they got to find some other way to entertain themselves, and that's fair. But here's my thought process when I first saw this, right? I saw that stadium and went, "Oh damn. Okay, so something's going on. It's 2 years later, right? Something's going on. You got all the fans there, and I'm thinking initially, okay, Yuna is going to be doing a thing, right? She's going to be talking. Maybe she's one of the new leaders, right? Something like that. And then you see that guy, he's out cold. You see what's her name running around the corner. She's not saying anything, but she motions a hand gesture. Here's Riku. Riku's taking care of the body. She's obviously radioing in. You're thinking, okay, so Riku, maybe she's a spy, maybe she's doing stuff, and maybe she's part of Yuna's, actual security, and so on, right? So far, this is what I was thinking.
Why?
YRP in position. And you're like, what's YRP?
It's showtime, girls.
It's showtime. Okay, cool. Kind of sassy, kind of edgy. It's okay. I got it. Fair enough. And then the lights come on, and I'm sitting there going, this is a lot for a head of state. And then I started to think, well, wait a minute. I'm not entirely sure this is for a head of state. What? So maybe it's not Yuna that's there. Maybe Yuna's part of this YRP thing. We're not entirely sure at this point what YRP is, but it makes sense because it's their names. Got it. But we don't find that out till later. But maybe Yuna and Riku, and maybe the three of them, right? They're part of this group, and they're there to, say, protect the new head of state, right? But then you have the dude on the guitar, and then you have the lady on the guitar, and then you have giant spinny head drum man who looks like Buddha. Like, we've literally just gone from really what's supposed to be heartfelt, teary-eyed ending of the previous game to Spice Girls the movie. Feels to me like you had a specific vision for this sequel, and it just didn't. Well, I'll touch on that. So here's the thing, right? Up until this point, you see how, like, even in this thing right here, this thumbnail, they actually have to put more than just magical dress up. The fact that they have to do that is not a good thing. Homie, what's going on, buddy? It's really not a good thing. Like, the fact that they have to address right before you even get to watch the video that it's more than just magical dress up is awful. And here's why, okay? And I know I'm coming at this from a standpoint which doesn't necessarily work for video games, and you have a bunch of different Final Fantasy games, but you only have a select few, right? I don't think that that's a failing of the game itself, but a preconceived notion that the public had of the game. Fair enough, but hear me out on this, right? I'm not coming at this. I know that there are only a select few games that they've gone and made either I guess you could call them continuations would be the best way to put it. Not necessarily sequels, because even with Final Fantasy VII, you've got Dirge of Cerberus, you've got Crisis Core, you got Before Crisis. I believe that there was another one that's on mobile that you can't play anymore. Stuff like that. But they added context to the overall story, whether it was something along the lines of things that happened after, things that happened before, or even in the experience of Advent Children, stuff that happened quite a bit later, right? So the central theme itself was still intact. When I go to see a movie, or I go to see a sequel of a movie, right? I'll use Terminator and Terminator 2 as an example, right? Terminator is a horror movie. Terminator 2 is an action horror movie, but you still have those horror themes still in there because they've taken something and they've taken the seriousness from one character and transferred it over to another supposedly more deadly character, which means that now it's not just a rehash of the first one, because you have the monster from the first one being justified into turning into the good guy, because the new monster is so bad that it justifies it. But the overall tone is still good. Now, when you go from Terminator 2 to Terminator 3, it turns into a joke. And it turns into a joke because the director just went, well, it's going to be like Terminator 2, but. So there's not any originality there, and it ruins it, because now the entire premise of Terminator 3 is something completely different. So much so they even make a joke of it where they go, oh, well, here comes the T-800, and he's come back, and now he's wearing those you remember those stupid glitter glasses? As if that's supposed to be like the most hilarious thing we've ever seen in a movie ever, right? And it fell so hard, it bombed, and it was so flat that you might have had, and I saw it in the theater, that you might have had like one guy in the theater go, huh? And that was pretty much it. And then the rest of the movie, everybody's going, okay, yeah, the female Terminator's kind of hot, and, you know, yeah, she's naked, but you really only see her from, like, you know, the chest up, you know, and they shot it in a way where you're not going to see all the jiggly bits, and okay, fair enough, right? This isn't supposed to be one of those movies, but this is really just a rehash of Terminator 2, but now everything's turned into a joke. The only difference is that John Connor is now older, and come to find out he's also kind of a piece of crap. Right? Which is not how Terminator 2 left it. Unfortunately, when it comes to 10 and 10-2, that's kind of what happened. So the entire tone of 10-2 has now shifted away from 10. And even though I didn't emotionally connect with 10, I can see what they're trying to get through and what they're trying to do. And when you have this whole thing get flipped on its head, regardless of what the intention was, like you said, you had to recontextualize it. My issue and my argument is that I shouldn't have to recontextualize any franchise, whether it be, if you want to consider 10 and 10-2, you know what I mean? You shouldn't have to recontextualize in order to go, you know what? This is actually pretty good. I don't think I agree with that, because the end of 10 was the entire cycle of death is over, we can celebrate life now. Again, all well and fine, but you also have the entire serious emotional tone that you don't get in the very beginning. Intent to is a celebration of life without the threat of imminent death constantly looming over every citizen. Fair enough. So I don't think the tonal shift is necessarily required to be carried over. You have the love story between Titus and Yuna. The problem is that Yuna, although she's, yeah, no, we got to find Titus and maybe this will help. And like, okay, fair enough. But at the same time, now she can just kind of do it for however long it takes because there's really no stakes anyway. Like the problem is, as you just stated, right? Imminent death constantly looming over everyone is no longer a problem. So there's no urgency. So now you just have a bunch of happy people all over the world who don't really have to give much of a shit because they're not racing against the clock. They don't seemingly really have to deal with death the same way that, well, we ever did or we ever do IRL, because it's a fantastical world to begin with, but they don't even have to deal with it the same way that you did in 10. So there's literally no reason to care. Because even if you have, say, the love of your life and they've disappeared, there's no urgency to actually get on with it. You can take as long as you want and it doesn't matter. Especially considering that he's basically intangible. So time really isn't going to have much meaning to him. But she does take her time. Exactly, that's the problem. There's no urgency for her to actually, like, do any of it. She doesn't have to turn around and be like, okay, let's go find no. She can literally stop off and just become the leader of a K-pop band. Oh, okay. Why? Because who gives a shit? It's not like she's gonna die. Like, that's my issue with 10-2. And is it a preconceived notion? Yeah, absolutely. Right? It is a preconceived notion that, yes, there are ways that I think it could have been done better. I don't have a problem with the dance routine, right? I don't have a problem with the actual dance routine. I have a problem with the motives behind it. Which is, well, I'm becoming a sphere hunter and this and okay. Fair enough. You're becoming a sphere hunter. That's cool. I don't mind the idea of a sphere hunter. I think that's actually kind of a cool thing for her to do, especially after her days as a summoner are basically done and over with now. There's no reason to have those. Fair. But now there's no reason for her to have any sense of urgency to go and rescue the love of her life. There's literally zero reason for her to have any sense of urgency whatsoever. Right? And unfortunately, because there is no urgency, it makes everything very lax. Which is kind of a bummer. And if this was any other story, even if it was in a movie form, you'd have people that were really, really, really pissed off if at the end of the movie it ended the way that it did in 10, and then at the start of the next movie, the main character is just in a K-pop band now. Her urgency is that while everyone in Spira is celebrating their own happiness, she's missing hers. Treat it like watching a rom-com or whatever. Right. Fair enough. Treat it like a rom-com. But at that point, you have to recontextualize it, because now let's take my analogy of, say, Terminator 1 and Terminator 2 and flip it on its head. Let's say Terminator 1 is still a horror movie and still a very serious movie, and now Terminator 2 is a rom-com. Now, again, I'm coming at it from that perspective, right? Is that the correct perspective? Probably not. but that's how I'm looking at it. You know what I mean? So the issue to me is that it's so jarring. It's so, and I really did try. I really did try to go through and actually finish 10-2, but there were so many things where the shift, the tone, the tonality of the entire thing was just so off kilter. And I was going into 10-2 with the hopes that I was going to be able to finally, like, emotionally connect with Yuna or with Waka or with literally anybody else, knowing that this was supposed to be the search for Tidus. And it did nothing but push me further away from 10 because it's such a jarring transition. I think that's, in all honesty, I think that's what, like, really sealed the deal. For a couple of years, I sat there and I was like, well, I mean, 10's it's not my favorite thing, but it's not all that terrible. It's just, yeah, you know, I couldn't really connect with it. It didn't hit me the same way like 7 or 8 did. And, you know, 9 had a story. It wasn't my favorite, but at least I can understand what they're doing. And 10, I don't know, maybe it was just the writing and it didn't really do much for me. But, you know, I mean, it wasn't a bad... And then 10-2 hits and I'm like, this is fucking stupid. That's, in all honesty, I really, really, really think that's what screwed the pooch for 10 for me. And it's not for lack of playing it. I put 30 hours into it. And I tried like hell, and after a while I was just like, I'm done. Like, I can't do it. It's not resonating with me whatsoever. And this makes everything even harder to try to connect to in 10 for me, because this has just gone so off the wall that I don't even know where to begin. From an emotional standpoint, I don't know where to begin from like a tonal standpoint. I don't know exactly. Like, there were times in 10-2 where I was literally playing it going, did they intentionally make this a joke? Or is this like is this something where they're just trying to take the piss out of you for a minute? Right? Like, there was no way for me to figure that out for whatever reason, and I don't know what it is. And it's not like the characters are poorly written. I don't think that. It's not that the animations were bad. I don't think that. It's not that, you know, 10 didn't do a lot of things and bring a lot of things to the table. It absolutely did. But I just, in almost no way can I connect with 10 and 10-2. I wish I did. I really wish I did. And let me see if I can find it really quick. We're not going to watch it because it's like 5 hours long. But let me see if I can find it really quick. Okay, FF10 Explained. It's got to show up here, right? Maybe. It's like I want to say it's like anywhere between, like, say 5 to 10 hours long, and I don't even know where it is, which is a bummer. But I watched this whole, like, long form essay on why 10 was great. And I tried, and even though somebody was, like, describing it to me, I was just like, I don't see it. Like, okay, here we go. Yeah, Final Fantasy X Retrospective, the most emotional game I've ever played. I'll link this to you guys because it's actually, like, it's very well done. It is this is very well done. I'll link this to you because I think you guys would actually enjoy it. And actually, I forgot to like him, and to be honest, I'll subscribe to him because he did a very, 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 very good job with explaining everything and going through all of the ins and outs and all that good stuff. It was very, very well done. But yeah, unfortunately, it's just not a game that in any way, shape, or form I can really connect with. But to be fair, that's also why it's here in C tier, because although it's nowhere near my favorite, it's definitely nothing like any of the 13s, and it's definitely not 10-2. Guess I know what I'm listening to while I work tomorrow? Absolutely. He did a great job. He absolutely did a great job. There's no doubt about it. Is the game playable? Yes. The biggest takeaway tonight is that you should play FF4. I've heard that. I've heard it. You want to know what my biggest fear is, though? My biggest fear is that 4 ends up like 6. For me. And it's been a couple of years since I've tried playing 6. But here's the problem that I've always had with Final Fantasy VI. And it has nothing to do with the story whatsoever. It's the fact that I have it on Steam. Now, it's set up to work with a controller. Fair enough. So when I first started it up, I didn't have a controller connected. And I was like, well, maybe they'll have keyboard stuff. Like, who knows? Maybe. They didn't. It immediately crashed as soon as I hit anything on the keyboard. Okay, fair enough. Maybe it's just one of those games. Plugged in my PS4 controller. Nope. Crashed again. Plugged in an Xbox 360 controller. Nope. Crashed again. Plugged in my PS5 controller. Nope. Crashed again. Plugged in my PS5 controller and used DS4 Windows to make it look like a PS4 controller. Nope. Crashed again. There's a newer version of FF4 that you can play that'll probably be better about compatibility. Fair. And that's probably the one I'd go with for sure. But it sucks because I've heard nothing but really, really good things about 6, and I've never been able to play it. I can watch the intro, right? I can watch the intro for 6, but as soon as it comes time for me to actually do anything, I hit a button on the controller or I hit a button on the keyboard and it craps out. And that's it. Which is a shame, because I think of the things you discussed tonight, you'd really like 6. 6 more than 4, but 4 you'd still enjoy, I think. I've heard nothing but good things. I've heard that 4 and 6 are 2 of the best, and I've really wanted to try them. But yeah, like, I tried 6 and went, okay, if this is going to be how it's going to be, this is going to suck. And I think I have 4 as well, but I've never actually tried to play 4 because of the bad experience that I had with 6, because they all came out at the same time on Steam, and I went, all right, so Square Enix is fucking around again, which means if I can't get 6 to run, there ain't no way in hell I'm getting 4 to run. And so I've never even tried playing 4, sadly. Maybe they've had... I mean, it's entirely possible. Like I said, a couple of years ago was the last time I tried it, and it did not work. Now, there is also something to say that could just have been me, like on my end, because at the time I was also using a very crap computer. It was old, so who knows what was going on with the drivers, who knows what was going on with the hardware, and so on. It might have just been a me problem. I don't know. I have no idea. But, yeah, it really left a bad taste in my mouth, because I was like, oh, man. Like, 6 would have been fun. I really also wanted to try 4, but if 6 is really screwing up, then chances are 4 is going to be the same way, and I just kind of let it go. Sounds like it's time to try again. Well, so here's what the plan is, and we're actually going to be getting into more of it in a minute here, because this is now done. So we have the Long Dark that we have to finish, right? And after that, I'm still kind of on the fence about it, but we'll see. There's the possibility that because I've heard some really, really, really good things, like really genuinely really good things about it, we may play I Am Jesus Christ, which is only like a 4 to 6 hour game. And then after that, Fable 2. And depending on how long Fable 2 takes, that could bring us all the way into May, when we have Lego Batman and First Light. So, Final Fantasy IV and Final Fantasy VI, they're on my list. I just don't know when. You know what I mean? So, it's entirely possible. It is entirely possible. I'm not entirely sure when it's gonna actually happen. But I did see something that popped up. Okay. Developer Diary. This came out today. It's only 10 minutes long, so we'll watch this and then we'll get into Long Dark. Because this I'm really excited for. If you're going to play a trailer, I'm going to say, oh, this is a Developer Diary. I don't know if that's on a strict note. Oh, okay. Fuck it. I'll wait until later then. Hang on. I'll wait until later for that. But yeah, so what was I going to say? Yeah, so Long Dark, I Am Jesus Christ. I'm so fucking excited for First Light. I want to know nothing. No, that's totally fair. I completely understand that. 100%. Yeah, so finish Long Dark, possibly I Am Jesus Christ. Whether we do or don't play that game, either way, we're going to be doing Fable 2. The HEB... Oh, yeah, the one that you linked. Yeah, what was that? Yeah, let's link that really quick. We'll take a look at that. Everybody loves HEB. Okay.
What do you do for a job? Do you have a job? I work at HEB. You work at what? Everybody is excited about that and I don't know what the fuck it is. HEV? What? HEB, thank you, Paul. I'm sensing something between us tonight. What is HEB? It's a grocery store. Why is it so popular? What's that? It's the best grocery store. I gotta tell you, San Antonio, I've been all around the world. I have never seen this level of enthusiasm for a grocery store. What the fuck? What do they sell at HEB? Heroin? What? Everything. Everything. Oh, is it one of those grocery stores that has like lawnmowers and shit? What? Oh my God! Fuck yes!
What?
Did you say they stand up during the snowstorm when the government was doing nothing? HEB came to the rescue and said, we have an abundance of water. We have heating. Come in. And from this day forward, whenever you're at a comedy show and someone mentions our name, scream like we're a fucking sporting team. HEB, HEB, HEB. Oh my God, you people are fucking incredible. I love this. I love this. You love a chant in this country, don't you? Don't you? I'm just going to do this whole next bit to Josh. So.
He works at HEB.
He works at HEB? I
do.
Oh! Is that... Yes! 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 Get up here. Take a bow. Come on. Get up here. Get up up here, give me a hug. HEB!
Hmm.
Yeah. He did it. He did it. I just gotta check. Is anyone here specifically just because they saw the HEB social media clip? That's incredible. See, this is the thing about social media. You have no idea what's going to land and why. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I was in San Antonio last year and I spoke to someone in the audience who worked at HEB and they lost their shit. Everybody in the audience, I was like, why the fuck is that? And the audience were basically like, because HEB let people in during the snowstorm and they're basically like a humanitarian supermarket. The government does nothing, but we go to HEB and they give us free water and heating and it's amazing. And then for some reason, I had no idea. I was like, oh, let's just put that on the internet and see what happens. But Texas really got behind that shit. Really got behind that shit. And, yes! But you just don't know. You don't know what I've worked for years honing a specific joke, and I'm like, oh, I can't wait for people to see this joke on the internet. And you put it on there and people go, eh. And then you have one tiny crowd interaction where you're like, oh, you work at a supermarket. Everyone's 7.5 million views. Come on! Come on! Get this man on Netflix because he talked about HEB. Come on!
I mean, fair enough. Totally fair enough. This guy always makes me laugh. See, I've never seen this guy up until now. Never. I mean, he looks fun. He definitely looks funny, you know, like just his interactions with the crowd and everything. Like, yeah, I'd go see him. But yeah, he's all over your social. Yeah, I've never seen him before up until now. That's awesome. Randy Feltface, is that? I've never heard of Randy Feltface. That's a new one. Huh. Interesting. I think it's funny, though, that he went, like, absolutely viral with 7.5 million views because of HEB, which is really funny, actually. Oh, yeah. The Long Dark. There we go. He was like sipping wine from a bowl at 8 a.m. Check. Oh God. I mean, HEB is the. I've never been to an HEB. Never. Been to a Buc-ee's. Never do an HEB though. Never been to an HEB. You want to know something? I've been to a Buc-ee's. I've been to a Love's. Those are probably the two biggest. Well, I mean, you know, aside from like Walmart and Sam's Club and everything. What is HEB? HEB is a supermarket chain. It's primarily in Texas, and there are like I think they still call it the snowpocalypse. When that happened in Texas, there were a lot of people who were left basically stranded by their government. It's Texas, so they don't really have the infrastructure to do much of literally anything if there's ever snow, right? But it wasn't just snow, it was also wind, it was also freezing rain, it was also ice. Basically, imagine literally anywhere on the equator being hit with like 18 inches of snow and watch that country absolutely just fucking fall into the toilet, right? That's basically what happened with Texas. So when this snowpocalypse happened, HEB, because it is such a massive chain, said, hey, listen, guys, we've got backup generators here. Our stores are open. We've got food. We've got water. We've got shelter, and so on. And everybody went to HEB, and it was all free of charge. Nobody was charged anything. And they were there for at least a few days. Meanwhile, pipes froze and burst, and some people's houses got flooded because of it, and then that froze, and you couldn't travel the roads because they were so bad, and it's Texas, so nobody really knows how to drive in the snow anyway. It was a nightmare. It was a nightmare for everybody. HEB is one of the few big chains that really came through for the people in Texas. You see the Texas disaster chart rating on bad? It gets how bad it gets if Ted Cruz stays or leaves the country. I haven't seen that. No, haven't seen that. Another one actually. So we have something similar, and I don't know if you guys have it in Texas, but we do have something similar in terms of a chain that actually helps out the people of Florida, and we found this out last year. Believe it or not, Waffle House. And Waffle House actually has their own system to tell people how bad a natural disaster such as a hurricane is. So if you see the lights on in a Waffle House, chances are they're going to be open. And if it's bad enough and their lights are still on, if you need to go in, you need to get some food, you need a place to stay, you're going to be there. You're going to be at the Waffle House. They're going to be providing food and so on. If the Waffle House is closed, get the fuck out. You guys make living in America so bleak. I mean, so at least in Florida, right? Hurricanes can get really bad. Like really, really, really bad. Nah, it's fine. I figured I can read Taiwanese. It's fine. Hurricanes can get really, really, really bad to the point where I have a friend of mine and she lives down in Tampa. And the last big hurricane that hit Tampa was so bad. Now she lives next to I guess you could call it a river. It's part of it's like a man-made like river canal system, right? And she lives like right on it. The hurricane was so bad that canal, I guess you could call it, rose 20 feet. Absolutely decimated her house. Okay? And she wasn't even in like the worst of it. She was nowhere near where the worst of the hurricane hit. But that's how bad the hurricane was. She's still, 2 years later, dealing with the aftermath of that hurricane because the government has all this red tape that they have to go through, and they have to deal with her insurance company, and the insurance company has to approve stuff. So she can't even hire somebody. Legally, she cannot hire anybody to re-shingle her house right now, because if she does, anything that she does technically would be an illegal job that she is contracting out to people. Those people could get fined by the police because they are technically interfering with a government project. And then to make matters worse, they're sitting on their asses because they have to wait from approval, not through her insurance company, but through the state government itself to actually get anybody out there to re-shingle her house. So, yeah, unfortunately, things can get pretty crap depending on where you are in the States. They really, really, really can. Like, if there was a snowstorm up in New England, that's nothing, right? It's like, you know, it's like Canada. We get a snowstorm up in New England, it's a snowstorm, who cares? You know what I mean? Like, it's not that big of a deal. But down in Florida or down in Texas or in Louisiana, these states have absolutely zero infrastructure to prepare for anything like that or to combat anything like that. So when there's a snowstorm in Texas and it covers the entire state is basically fucked. Is it weird that what makes sense to you? Oh, about the red tape and all the bullshit? It makes sense, which is all well and fine, until you take into account that it's been 2 years. And they're still not any closer than they were 2 years ago to getting it taken care of. So it wouldn't be like that big of a deal if it was like 6 months, right? If it was 6 months and the government came in immediately after the hurricane was over and they drained the house and they brought contractors in and the contractors rebuilt the interior and everything like that and so on. And then 6 months after, they said, okay, we're coming in on this date. You're just going to have to bear with us because there's a lot of people who were affected, but we're going to reshingle the roof and get all that taken care of. It wouldn't be a big deal. 2 years later, they still can't give her any sort of explanation as to why it's taking so long, what it is that's taking so long, and how long it's going to be before they can come out and reshingle her roof from a disaster that happened 2 years ago. That's what really sucks. What really sucks. And I don't know how it was in Texas during the snowpocalypse, but I wouldn't be surprised, and it has nothing to do with, whatever side of the political spectrum you're on. It has nothing to do with that. It's just bureaucracy in its perfect form. I wouldn't be surprised if it took Texas quite a while to be able to get into people's homes, help them out as best they could, and so on and so forth because of all the bureaucratic red tape. And that's not to say that, excuse me, that's not to say that, it's the current political climate. That's not to say that, Texas government sucks. Nothing like that. It's just, that's bureaucracy at its finest. They will find literally any and every way they possibly can to make it even more complicated so that even the government itself can't just go, okay, well, listen, we're going to be in on Tuesday. We're going to break this shit down. We're going to get everything taken care of for you. It's going to be about a week, right? They can't even do that. She's going to find out they lost her paperwork or some shit. Who knows? Who knows? It's entirely possible. It's pure future-proofing on a systemic level. It's only future-proofing that the government keeps its money. That's really all it is. The problem with that is that even though, yes, it's a good thing that the government is keeping its money, that money's also is supposed to be used for people when they need it, and now the government's not doing anything with it, and you still have, at least here in Florida, you still have a bunch of people who seemingly can't even live in their home and are still living on the government's dime in a hotel because instead of just saying, okay, well, we're going to spend the money and we're going to get your house fixed and all that good shit, they'd rather spend more money having people live in a hotel that is all paid for by them instead of just fixing the fucking house. Which is ridiculous, right? If it costs, say $50,000 to get a house completely fixed, And if it was a private contractor, like a private company that was contracted to do it, they'd probably have it done in a few months, right? Okay, fair enough. $50,000, a few months, no big deal. But now they're paying like, and they're not like screwing people over and shoving them in like a Motel 8 or like a Red Roof Inn where it's only like $20 a night. Like, they're paying thousands of dollars a month. And it's been 2 years. So it's like, it doesn't make any sense, unfortunately. And that's, so it's like there has to be, unfortunately, a lot of dark humor that comes from the States for a lot of different reasons, because there's like, here's one from Boston. Okay, you're actually, Vag, you might laugh at this one because you'll understand this, right? New England is a lot like Canada in the sense that when it snows or when there's a chance of snow, generally speaking, from fall to probably late spring, maybe early summer, you're looking at about 8 months out of the year, right? Somewhere along those lines. Also, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. So you're looking at about 8 months out of the year where there is the possibility of snow. What's going on, Medicine? How you doing, buddy? In Boston, this is how dumb things are. In Boston, when there is snow, what they do is they plow all the roads, they go through, and, you know, when it's obviously safe, but they plow all the roads and they plow all the highways and all that good stuff. And all of this snow gets put into trucks, and then those trucks go to parking lots that are, although they are parking lots and usually get filled up during the summer, during disasters such as a massive snowstorm, blizzards, what have you, they will fill these parking lots with mountains worth of snow, right? Now, there's a reason they do this, and the reason is because it is illegal to dump the snow in the harbor. So the only thing that they can do, and I've seen this in real time, is put all this snow into mountains in parking lots and wait for it to melt. Even though it literally could be hindered by more snow, freezing rain, ice, you know, and then during the day, the freezing rain melts and then refreezes and so on. Once it's in that parking lot, or once, I shouldn't even say once it's in the parking lot, once it's been plowed, legally, they cannot do anything with it. They cannot get rid of the snow whatsoever by just dumping it in the harbor. They can't. It is 1,000,000% illegal to do so. Which, by the way, is insanely weird because, you know, then all of a sudden it's, oh, hey, we are, you know, 90% of the way through April, and there is still a mountain of snow. There's still like a massive mountain of snow somewhere in a parking lot. Is there a reason? This is the really fucked up reason. And you're gonna laugh at this, Vag, right? You say likely flooding reasons. I wish that were the case. It's not. It's because the salt that they use in the snow is not good for the, I call it the lack thereof, but they call it for the ecosystem in the harbor. Which is to say there is almost no ecosystem in the harbor because it's literally one of the biggest fucking ports on the East Coast. Okay? So instead, the chemicals that they use for the salt, for the snow, goes into the ground and then into the water table. So, in effect, what they're actually doing is it's completely illegal to take all the snow because the chemicals that are put in the salt and dump it into the harbor because it's going to end up in the water table. So the only thing that we can do is leave it in a parking lot and wait for it all to melt and dissolve so that it can then go into the ground and then end up in the water table. Which, what? Like, it'd be one thing if it was, like, one of those deals where they say, oh, yeah, no, like, we wait for it to dry out and everything, and there may be, you know, a little bit that gets into the water table and so on, right? But we're going to take all the salt once we can, you know, the majority of the salt that's left, and we're going to pick it up, and we're going to take it somewhere else, and it's going to be in a processing center and so on, and we'll filter out the water and everything. No, that's not. It just goes into the water table, right? But the water that trails into our water system gets treated like crazy, though. Yeah, see, ours doesn't. Like, I know a lot of people say, oh, yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. Especially up in New England, because everything is so old. It's crazy. There are people who live in Boston, or I can't even say Boston proper, because I know for a fact it's not Boston proper. But there are people who live on, like, the outskirts of Boston that are still using well water. So it's like, those are the people that get affected the most, right? But they can't switch over to city because the city doesn't have any jurisdiction in those areas, because then that would require them to tear up all the roads and everything like that and install sewers and, like, so on and so forth. And they won't do that because it costs too much money and too much time, because then they'd have to also take care of all the other problems when it comes to the roads and when it comes to everything else. So it's just kind of a set it and forget it kind of deal, and hopefully it all goes away. My mother-in-law uses well water. Yeah, I used to be on well water back up in New England. The tap water in our city is drinkable straight from, yeah, which is a wild statement because you'd think that'd be normal, but I know cities in the U.S. don't have that. Yeah, sadly. And you know what? Actually, it's really, really funny that you say the tap water in your city is drinkable straight from, because I've been to Canada before, but it was when I was younger. I was like maybe 13, 14, somewhere around there, right? And we went to a restaurant, and this was in Quebec, so take it for what it's worth. I kid you not, they had glasses of water on the table, right? Somebody came around, poured a pitcher. Fair enough. And we're all sitting there and we're waiting to be served. And I took a sip of water and it tasted like it came from the puddle outside. And it wasn't just me. There was this guy that was there. He was there to help chaperone. His name was John. Really funny guy. And it was the funniest thing. He took a sip of water and he almost spit it out. But he's like, "What is this?" He's like, "This is some puddle water and shit." And we just all started laughing, because then other people took a drink of it. And they're like, "Yeah, this tastes like it literally came from the puddle." Like, it was really funny. But yeah, that was my only experience with Canadian water, is that it tasted like water from the puddle outside. It was like, oh, this is not good. You don't want to drink the water here straight, though the Ohio River is a lot cleaner than it used to be. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure of that. But yeah, I mean, it's in the U.S. there are a lot of things that are so stupid and, like, unfortunately common sense, especially when it comes to anything government related. And it doesn't matter what side of the political spectrum you're on. Anything that has to deal with the government, common sense is not common. It's just sadly not. There's always going to be somebody that's going to go, well, actually, right? And then tell you that you can't do this for 18,000 different reasons. And then you go through those 18,000 things to do the thing. And then somebody else is going to go, well, actually, and then they bring up a million other reasons as to why you can't. So literally the only thing you can do is sit and wait. Meanwhile, your house is falling apart. Or meanwhile, you know, you can't get clean water and so on and so forth because stupid laws and things that haven't been updated in decades. You know, like, it's unfortunately, it's one of those things where it's kind of everywhere here in the States. So, yeah, but for different reasons, too. Like, again, Texas has never been built for the snow, right? Neither is Florida, neither is Louisiana or Alabama. None of the southern states their infrastructure is not built for snow. Or New England is just so old that if they do one thing, well, now that screws everything up. And they have to do more things because there are certain things that are grandfathered in. So, for instance, there's a Bunker Hill Museum in Boston. Great museum, by the way. And you also have Bunker Hill College in Boston as well. Bunker Hill University, actually. Those are so old that they are grandfathered in. So literally everything is grandfathered in, whether it's the piping or the water or, you know, like, whatever. Anything and everything that they need and that they have is grandfathered in. If they were to do anything major around that immediate area, because they are replacing something, even though it's not directly connected up, everything underground is also grandfathered in, so they literally have to stop what they're doing, tear up the entire old infrastructure, and redo all of it. So now something that maybe costs $30 million is now in upwards of $200 million. All because somebody accidentally did something and an old pipe finally decided to let go and they have to replace it. So now they have to replace everything. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So yeah, that's what ends up happening. It is kind of nuts. It really is kind of nuts. But having said that, let's do this. And let's go over to Long Dark, which I'm not really crazy about reverting back to a previous save, but I think I'm going to have to. Which is a massive bummer. With that, I'm going to say goodnight. It's getting late for me. Alrighty, Veg. Have yourself a great night, buddy. And, yeah. Always appreciate you being here, and hopefully we'll see you again soon. Have you seen the Twin Peaks meme I posted in memes? I don't think I have. Okay, so let me take a look here. That's what the wolves, I think. Shit. Where the hell was this? I'm trying to remember. This might be the one I have to do. I don't remember. Well, yeah, so, and that's why I'm looking at the previous saves, because the issue that I'm running into is that if I try and rescue the guy, you have the wolves that are there, right? Now, that wouldn't be so bad, except that I don't have any ammunition for any of the guns. And I've only got 3 cartridges for the flare gun, which scares them off. The regular flares that I have, unfortunately, also don't scare them off because these are like rabid timber wolves. So the only thing that I can really think of doing is going back to a previous save before that, and possibly not firing off that last shot that I accidentally did when I was picking stuff up. But I don't know... Crap. Well, let's see where this one is. Okay, yeah, I'm still stuck here. Damn it. Yeah, so I can't do anything here. And I don't have any rocks, which is also bad. Because if I could throw a rock at them, I think I'd be okay. But I don't even have those. So... let me see where this one puts me. Okay. Okay, I got 1 round. Fair enough. Yeah, that's what I was kind of worried about. Them's a lot of angry doggies, you're not wrong. So now I gotta wait until this blizzard goes away before I go out and do much of anything. Well, actually, hang on. There's 11 hours. Here. sleep for 10. It's probably not going to do what I want it to. I got 4 hours. Oh, great. That's not good. All right, hang on. Let me take a look at this. Let me take a look. Yeah, unfortunately the sky is also one of those things where it's not exactly good because it makes everybody go crazy. Well, it makes the animals go crazy.
Now this is really something interesting to think about.
Okay, hang on. Let me do this. Open link. I can't... Well, I guess I can play it this way. That's going to be really loud. Give me a second. Yeah. Yeah, the Aurora, and we're not sure why, but the Aurora really makes the animals, like, really ultra-aggressive.
You remind me today of a small Mexican Chihuahua. Now this is really something interesting to think about. She's here visiting a friend of her mother, whose daughter has gone missing. The mother owns a turnip farm. I told her to tell the mother that her daughter will turn up eventually.
Oh, God. Yeah, that's Gordon Cole. That's definitely Gordon Cole. That is a thing. It's one of those things where it makes sense if you've seen Twin Peaks. No, see, I like Twin Peaks. I really did.
Looks like I made it through another night.
Okay, I got an hour and a half left. See, I really enjoyed Twin Peaks. I really, really did. I thought it was really, really good. And here come the wolves. Jesus Christ, that scared the fuck out of me. I didn't expect to have a nose come through the window. So, where are they? There he is. What in the shit? That was weird. He'll probably be coming back though. Weird. I did watch the first season of The Walking Dead, but it was so depressing I didn't bother with any more of it. I mean, that's fair. There they are. At least I think. Yep. That's what I was waiting on. Walking Dead is designed to pull on heartstrings, and sometimes it just comes across as silly. It does have meta-social commentary in it, though. Walking Dead is... it tries. Also a real graphics source, so I don't stream anything. I save up, buy the Blu-ray, and watch it in 4K if I can. I mean, that's fair too. I don't know how I'm going to get out of this, because I'm rapidly running out of ammo again. I don't know. If I... Yep, there they are. I knew they were around. Something seems really weird. And I'm not sure what. But something seems really, really weird. See what I mean? Like... I'm weird. Well, we all are. See, now I step out again and then they go nuts, but that's not how they should be working. Which means he's a cannibal, probably. Yeah, something's weird. Because they're not, like, being overly aggressive, but the bar is still up, which doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I think that might be the case. I think that might end up being the case, actually. I'll try this one more time. I don't know. Just kind of not in the mood for it tonight. You know what I mean? If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't, I guess. Yeah, this is really weird. And see, now they're gone. Which again doesn't make any sense. They should have been all over me. Yeah, something is really, really scuffed. So I'll tell you what, here's what we're gonna do. Screw it. Oops. We won't do this for tonight. I'm just not in the mood to deal with the scuff tonight. I'm just not. So here's what we're gonna do instead. We'll watch the James Bond thing. We'll watch that, and then after that, we'll probably do more Ludwig and Michael. That's probably what we'll do. I'm just not in the mood. So yeah, we'll watch this. This is the Dev Diary.
Welcome back to Beyond the Light Episode 3. And today we had the chance to talk to lead writer on 007 First Light, Michael Vogt. He will share a few insights on how we craft the story for the game.
My name is Michael Vogt. I am the main writer on 007 First Light, and I have been with IO for 14 years.
Wow, 14 years.
The origin aspect was always essential to the project vision. Since we meet Bond as a young man, the tone and the story world also needed to reflect his sort of youthful perspective. It's not a dark and gritty or cynical world. It's dangerous, to be sure, but it's fun and inviting and adventurous and ultimately hopeful. He's not jaded yet. So Bond is experiencing this like hidden, exciting world of espionage for the very first time. Of course, we want to convey a sense of bright-eyed wonder here. There's this trope of the hero who walks away from explosions, right, because he's so cool. But the reason heroes walk away from explosions is because they've seen so many of them. But this is Bond's first outing, and he's 26 years old, so I think he's going to want to turn and watch that explosion. Many of the aspects that you associate with James Bond is already there as innate qualities. He's incredibly charming and charismatic, and he's audacious. He's very cool under pressure, and of course he's insanely capable and resourceful. And there's a ruthlessness to him when the situation requires it. Emotional distance, or at least a reluctance to deal with emotions. He's not the suave connoisseur either, who knows everything about champagne and wine and fancy cars. I think that will come with age and experience. But because he's a young guy, there are also some traits that we haven't really seen before. There's an innocence to him here. He's quite trusting and earnest and idealistic even. And, you know, traits that you sort of sense will probably not survive this job for long, even if he does. Belonging is definitely a theme in this story. He's a young man who hasn't found his place in the world or his purpose yet. What does it mean to be a 00 in this age, and does the world even still need them? Will heart and intuition even matter, or can technology just do everything better? So in that sense, the story reflects the times that we live in, which is also something that Bond stories have always done.
Okay, that's actually not a bad way to approach it. So I like that they're not making him jaded, right? Like even Sean Connery's Bond during Dr. No was he was jaded, right? You could tell he'd been there before, he'd seen these things before, and so on, and okay, fair enough, because he was a seasoned agent. Cool, nothing wrong with that. I mean, it worked for Sean, it worked for literally every James Bond, but cool to see a new take on it.
So this youthful take also informs some of the gameplay choices that we make. For instance, we have a bluff mechanic, something Bond can do to get out of a tight spot, because we felt that that's exactly the sort of thing a young James Bond would do. Agent 47 in Hitman, he plans meticulously, but Bond is not somebody who plans meticulously. He's very impulsive. You know, he just goes in and he wings it. When we start out in a pre-production, we make a story outline that looks pretty much like a feature film, only it's a little bit more elastic. Technically, you can say you structure it like a film. You make sure that the first half of the second act is very flexible, so you can make for a much longer running campaign while still preserving the tension curve towards the end of the story, towards the climax. The way I see it, as a game writer, you really have two toolboxes. Toolbox number one is the classic screenwriting craft, the time-honored method of structuring plots and creating character arcs and themes that resonate and kind of tying it all together into a meaningful experience. And then once you've done that, that's usually when you enter production, you go to toolbox number two, and that's the game writing craft. That's where you take that initial outline and then translate it somehow into an interactive experience. And throughout production, we work especially very closely with level designers in just designing the moment-to-moment story gameplay flow. Creating.
You know, honestly, I never thought of it. I never thought of that. But I like how he described that in terms of how they're making a game. So he comes about it from the sense of almost making a movie and storyboarding and getting all the major plot points and so on. And then once all that's done, then they turn to actually making it something that they can interact with on a game, like a gaming level. Not bad.
The story gameplay flow is a much more demanding task than, you know, simply writing a classic story outline, and it takes like 50 times as long. As writers, we are schooled in classic storytelling. So in a way, you can say a linear story-driven action-adventure like First Light is actually closer to home than, say, a big, sprawling, non-linear, gameplay-driven beast like Hitman. So I don't think we actually, as a team, had to adapt that much. It's kind of within the, you know, the comfort zone of what we're trained to do. The bigger challenge was to figure out how to make a forward momentum game while still preserving, you know, the things that make an IOI game an IOI game. So the story is about how Bond becomes a 00. So we are going to put him on a trajectory, but we're not going to resolve the character in this game. I think, to me, Bond is someone who clearly grows and evolves, but he's not somebody necessarily who changes fundamentally. Rather, he has some innate qualities that makes him an agent of change. You know, he changes the world, right? He does that all the time. He has to have some, you know, some inherent Bond qualities that are just there from the get-go. So we're definitely on this journey with him, and we see him mature in many kinds of ways. But the story is as much about how he changes MI6 and how he changes the characters around him. Bond has heart, and he's very tenacious, and he's willing to take risk. And that actually changes the way MI6 operates in an era that is otherwise kind of risk-averse and data-driven. Our Bond definitely leans more on other people than we're used to seeing. One, because he's not a seasoned agent yet and he's still learning the ropes, and also because games are fundamentally different from film in that players spend a long time alone on the sticks. So you do need that supporting cast to communicate story, really. So Bond has a number of strong relationships throughout the campaign, some known and some new, and they each kind of affect him in different ways and play a role in how he develops as a character. As a player, especially an IOI player, you want as much agency as possible, and we want to give it to them, obviously. At the same time, we do need players to feel like Bond at all time. In Hitman, you are kind of able to go spectacularly out of character at any given moment, but you can't really do that with Bond. That feels wrong. He's too established. So the way we approach choice is not about branching. It's about improvisation. So your Bond can be more of a brawler, or he can be clever and talk his way out of situations, or he can stealth around and use gadgets, and those are all valid choices. So we use choice as a way for players to feel clever and to think on their feet like a proper 00 agent, but without ever actually breaking character.
Afternoon, sir. Staff and press only.
Oh, damn. Forgot my press badge.
You're not the first.
You'll see sometimes in the game we're able to enter a dialogue tree with different characters. And the way we use it is, again, not about branching, but it's about that there's usually one option that's mandatory, and then the others are for world building. So it's simply about how interested are you in this world, in this situation, in these characters.
Okay.
Part of the creative approach is also eavesdropping, especially in a social arena. There are a lot of similarities we did in Hitman, where you have to listen in on conversations, to obtain hints, and unlock opportunities to solve a certain objective along the way.
Okay, fair enough.
A good villain is someone who's thematically opposed to the main character, and it can be multiple people. Obviously, you usually have 3 or 4 major or minor villains that challenge different aspects of the hero's character. Sometimes a great villain is also someone who's dark mirror, a mirror image of the hero. But I think that the thematic aspect is probably the most impactful, really, whose values and ideas are just diametrically opposed. A character like Bovma has a lot of contrast. On the one hand, he seems very volatile and ruthless, savage even, but he's also kind of a philosopher king. He's very thoughtful and eloquent. And ultimately, I think what makes him interesting and sympathetic is that he is someone who's really trying to build something from nothing. You have to respect that, even in a harsh environment. He's someone who thinks that the sky's the limit. We have some really great actors and a fantastic ensemble cast that hopefully players will really fall in love with. And of course, the story is clever and intriguing, and I'm very proud of it, but I do think games are more like TV series than film in the sense that it really is characters who drive engagement ultimately.
We hope you enjoyed today's episode of Beyond the Light, and if you have missed the first 2 episodes, don't worry, you can check them out on the channel. They are live here.
Okay.
And also, don't forget to pre-order the game if you haven't, because you can get a free deluxe upgrade for 007 First Light, releasing on May 27th. See you next time.
Agents have very short life expectancy.
Yeah, I really think this is going to be, like, really, really, really good. This was episode 3? They got another one. Take a look at it.
Hey everybody, welcome to the first episode of Beyond the Lights, a series where developers are reacting to your comments, providing deep insights, and taking you behind the scenes of how we're crafting 007 First Light. This first episode is going to be focused on gameplay. Let's get straight into it.
Hello guys, I'm Andreas. I've been at IOI for around 10 years, and currently I'm the gameplay director of 007 First Light.
Now.
Ooh, he's the director, okay.
Let's go.
Bye.
Oh, you can lock the door? Oh, that's amazing.
I appreciate that they broke it up, where the underlings may not know everybody involved. They're an underling. Like, they wouldn't know everybody that's working that location. But the people in charge would. So you can't bluff them in the same way.
I knew from, like, Hitman and Stealth, like, you have many different ways to achieve your objective. But I also love how many options you have in combat.
Yeah, exactly like that, actually. Like, we had a similar concept in Hitman with the Enforcers. It's not the exact same thing, but it's related. So we have these NPCs that can see through you because they know the people working there. That's the idea about it. And it helps a lot when you try to create puzzles and setups to challenge the player in various ways.
Keep a low profile and don't let your guards down. 009 most certainly won't.
Creative approach, that's one of those fun things where really the base definition is about the player feeling creative when overcoming any given challenge in the game. And it's really easy to say that, but it's really hard to kind of translate that into what is the moment-to-moment gameplay that make you feel created this way. But from this game, we broke it down into the thing that you need to know that there are different options in the game. If we start violating that trust as developers, the player will forget those options or not use them because they don't rely on them, and then it becomes much more narrow option space, so you disregard that, or you get less creative at least in that sense. The last thing, and I think this is a key ingredient that we also had in our prior stealth games in Hitman, was, and I coined this as uncertainty in execution. It's really the thing that you know your own options, you see the options in the environment, and you get to that point where you think, okay, I'm gonna try this thing. So it might be throwing the smoke device and try to sneak by. When you get to the other point and get past them, you think to yourself, oh, I did it. It actually worked. The thing I wanted to do, it worked.
That needs a look.
We made games in the past where combat wasn't really the main approach, so now we have a game where we want stealth and combat to be on equal footing. Some of the ways that I think we push it forward is, and this is very gameplay focused, it's in the stealth gameplay actually, where we now have ways to de-escalate situations a lot easier than we've had before.
Really?
And that happened because we've married some of those bond traits into our stealth mechanics. So for instance, the bluff.
Oi, I need to find Saunders. There's a chance the suspect is dressed as security. The bastard could be hiding right under your noses.
Damn. I'll keep an eye out for new faces.
Those are ways to kind of contain a situation, even though you were spotted in a place where you weren't supposed to be. You can talk your way out of it, or you can de-escalate the situation and maintain kind of your stealth status. So that loop in a stealth gameplay setting is something that twists us a little bit away from the normal stealth loops. It feels very good to have that second win or a way out at least.
I will say this, because they just showed him using his watch and seeing like the different objectives, or maybe not objectives, but like points of interest, I guess, right? But then up here it says investigate the blonde man, search the hotel for the blonde man. Okay, one thing that, and I know this is kind of getting like kind of like maybe a little bit nitpicky, especially because it's in Hitman, is they do this where in Hitman, right, you can hit a button and I call it like Hitman sense, right? And if it doesn't matter where you are, so long as you can still see the silhouette of a person, you can just watch that person go wherever, and you can kind of plan out how you're going to make that interaction work so that you do what you need to do with them, whether it be take them out or take them hostage or, you know, knock them out so that you can steal their clothing or whatever, right? I kind of feel like they're doing the same thing with the watch where they show the points of interest, and I don't necessarily know if I'm all that keen on it, because I kind of feel like if you're going to be James Bond, and again, this harkens back to GoldenEye, but this also harkens back to, say, like Mission Impossible for the N64, right? Where you didn't really know where the people were going to be. Like, we know now, right? But the first time we pick it up, there's no indication as to where that person is going to be, so you have to explore things a little bit. I think I kind of like the way it was versus the way it is now, where you can just hit a button and you see all the POIs. And I mean, even like with 007 First Light, not that it detracts from the game, but even with First Light here, with all the different POIs and the blue dots that show up, just by, you know, logical deduction, you can go, oh, okay, so that probably means this person is this one. You know what I mean?
Books on display about the castle and local history.
Wonder if you could help me.
I'll certainly try, sir.
Are we ready? All right. Hello, my name is Thomas. I'm a senior level designer on 007 First Light, and I've been at IOI for about 4 years. So in order to highlight the environment, I think we rely a lot on making sure that the player is actually able to see every opportunity at first glance one of the most important part for us is to be able to give information without the player actually thinking about it. So it just enters the space, look at what he has, and sees the options. And it can be just a railing, it can be two people talking, it could be some kind of eavesdrop opportunity, but the goal is that we present everything in an impeccable way so that the player can actually glance the options and choose whatever he wants. When we talk about IOI, we say this is a postcard creator, because every time you want to dream about a location, you buy the postcard. And you're like, oh, what is the postcard of Italy? And you will say, oh, it's Pise, the tower, right? It's not just showing you this place, it's showing you what you want to be and where you want to be in that space. I think what's interesting with having a young Bond is that it's a almost a new canvas for us and also for players. And usually when you jump into the boots of a new iconic character like this, you are trying to match the energy of that character, and it's very hard to give that to the player right away because players, they just get to discover this character with you. And having a young Bond is perfect because that means you get to understand what Bond will understand at the same time as him. So basically you will try and rehearse at the same time Bond will actually try and rehearse in the game, which matches the energy that we want to give and the story we're trying to tell.
Okay.
The laser fires a direct
Oh
beam
yeah,
of
the
light.
laser,
It
nice.
can be
Of course the laser. Yes. You can't really make Bond gadgets without having the laser.
tactically on environmental weak points.
Nice. Just think about the options. We can disable devices from a distance, put people to sleep from a distance, hack things, smoke bombs, distract. When we get caught in a restricted area, we can use up our instinct to bluff.
Exactly. Think about the options.
Mm-hmm.
This is funny because obviously we've been in various stages of development on this project, right? And in some of these stages, also in-house, we've talked about, do you have enough options? What is like? And you had so many options with the games we did prior to this, and it doesn't feel like we have the same. And when you look at them side by side now, Hitman and Bond, you can feel you have a lot more options here. Some of the things that in gameplay make you actually feel like James Bond is some of the things that you know from the movies also. It's unique moments where you see Bond fighting on an airplane wing, for instance. So in those moments you'll feel like Bond. On top of that, there's obviously the gadgets, which is a key component of any Bond.
Whoa, that was
movie,
weird.
And obviously should be in a game too.
We always started too big by having so many options that it actually becomes very hard to see all of them. And then we just prototype and test and iterate and test, and we end up with a few that we really like. And the rule from every mission and every encounter, rather social or combat, is to make sure the player has at least 3 or more different ways to solve one option and one puzzle or one situation.
But there are some of these iconic things, like the laser. That's iconic, right? So we really wanted that in somehow.
You know, let me check something here. How many times has James Bond used a laser watch? 2. GoldenEye and Die Another Day. That's it. Well, wait. Such a device first appeared in the unofficial 1983 James Bond film Never Say Never Again. I was going to say, I could have sworn I saw it before that. It made its first canonical appearance in 95's GoldenEye, reappearing in the film Die Another Day. So it's only been used in 3 movies. And, I don't know. This might just be me, but Never Say Never Again was not a bad film, I don't think. I consider it a James Bond movie. I mean, how do you feel about it? Like, how do you guys feel about Never Say Never Again? Assuming you guys have actually seen it. Like, do you guys consider Never Say Never Again canon? You've not seen it. Okay. So there's this thing when it comes to James Bond that Never Say Never Again is not a canon James Bond movie. And it comes up all the time whenever you see James Bond. The reason why is because it is not produced by Eon Productions, which was, at the time, the only production company that was able to do an official James Bond movie. So, for instance, you'll see here on the cover, right, Sean Connery is James Bond in Never Say Never Again. But nowhere do you see, let me bring this up, Dr. No. You never see the 007 name. You never see that in this. He's just James Bond, right? Because Eon Productions and MGM and United Artists and like all of the ones that have owned the franchise at one point or another own the rights to 007, but not James Bond. So this one, so they could get away with it because it's Sean Connery. He was James Bond. He's now James Bond again in this movie. But this is at the same time. Let me see here. James Bond movies, 1983. Battle of the Bonds, right? Because you had Sean Connery's return as 007 after a 12-year hiatus, which is fine. But you also had Octopussy, starring Roger Moore as James Bond at the same time. And I know a lot of people like Roger Moore, and I'm not taking away from that. I was never like the biggest Roger Moore fan as Bond, not because he didn't do a good Bond, but because a lot of the movies ended up being really tacky. I'm not seeing that one either. I've seen the wonky Casino Royale one. Yeah, that was the other one that was not produced by Eon. Pierce is your Bond, and I think it's that way for a lot of people. My issue with the Pierce Brosnan movies isn't Pierce Brosnan, it's the movies. GoldenEye was fantastic. After that, the quality of movie that was being made kind of crapped out, in my opinion. Like, Tomorrow Never Dies, there's an argument that could be made, and I don't think it's invalid, but there is an argument that can be made that Tomorrow Never Dies was maybe not the best, maybe not top tier, but still definitely a solid entry for 007. But then you had Die Another Day and The World Is Not Enough, and those really didn't go well, in my opinion. They really did not go well. It was more about the action than it was actually being a 00 agent. And it didn't, yeah, they are a bit bland. Yeah, it was kind of one of those things, which is why, like, I really, really liked Daniel Craig as James Bond, because even though he looked different, as a James Bond, not only did he fit the profile, like, physically, but he had that attitude about him, that jaded attitude. And the thing I really, really liked about most of them, I can't say all, because Quantum of Solace, in my opinion, was not all that good, but most of them, he was figuring things out, which is stuff that Sean Connery would do, which is stuff that Roger Moore would do. Timothy Dalton did it. Pierce Brosnan did it in GoldenEye and Tomorrow Never Dies. So yeah, more often than not, especially with Daniel Craig, you saw him get back to the investigating, but it was definitely more of a serious tone than, say, The World Is Not Enough or Die Another Day, which were just goofy at best.
Also, what kind of object does the laser fit on, right? And we also wanted them to distinct from each other. So if we had a thing for the watch, you've seen the watch being the laser in the movies, but we had other things that we also wanted the watch to be. So how can we marry those things, right?
When it comes to gadget, I think the essential part for us was to make sure we provide the players with enough opportunities to use them. If the player wants to test something and use a gadget somewhere, it should behave the way the player think it should behave. And I think it was just us having fun and trying to find the best way to have fun with those gadgets. All that in mind with what Bond is and how he should use gadgets. Because we all know Bond in the movies, he always uses the gadgets at the last second for the wrong usage, but it works. And I think we also want to prevent this kind of uncertainty, but you can still do it.
I don't necessarily, I mean, I see what he's saying, but I don't necessarily agree with that. Like, he never used the watch, like the watch laser. He never used that in the wrong way. I mean, it's a laser. What are you going to do with a laser that comes out of your watch? Like, what do you... It's not like a laser pointer where you can point it in somebody's eye and they go blind, and even then, that's going to take a second, right? It's an actual, like, sci-fi laser where it's going to do some damage. I can't think of any time James Bond used the watch laser the wrong way. I mean, it's not like and maybe it's just the way that it's being worded, but like when he says the wrong way, right? I tend to think of the wrong way being, okay, well, here's James Bond, and 3 days ago, he was on the armored train in GoldenEye, and the thing was about to blow up, and he has to use the watch laser on the floor so that he can cut a hole in it so that he and Natalia can get off the train before it explodes. Now, he's at a birthday party, and nobody can find a cigarette lighter to light the candles on the birthday cake. So he decides to pull out the watch laser and use it to light the candles. That I would consider the wrong way. You know what I mean?
Oh. Right in the foot, and you see the guy actually go down by the foot. Yeah, you do. Yeah, dude. He can climb this, which wasn't that way at all. It actually got knocked down after it got exploded. Look at him yeet the dude, and then kick his shotgun up into his hand. Oh, no, that's fire. This is like exactly what James Bond would be doing. Holy God. But that destruction is what we're talking about. Ooh, ooh.
Having been
He's grabbing stuff, ramming them, pushing them over their legs.
I love the rushing. The melee combat looks great. It looks quite versatile, and I like that.
The hand-to-hand combat does look kind of neat, not gonna lie.
It does,
sorry,
yeah.
I'm very excited.
Nice. Nice. Nice.
The throwing stuff is doing it for me.
God, I love this.
You just hit him in the head with a pool ball.
Sometimes.
Oh, speaking of which, I actually saw a thing not too long ago, and Sober, you'll be interested in this. And anybody else who's a James Bond fan. So, Timothy Dalton was only James Bond in 2 movies. And obviously Pierce Brosnan was James Bond in 4 movies, right? Fair enough. But apparently, during like the second half of Roger Moore's tenure, they couldn't decide who they wanted for James Bond. So initially, they wanted to go to Timothy Dalton. And Timothy Dalton, because Roger Moore was starting to ask for, like, I guess too much money. More money than they were, like, really comfortable with, I guess would be the best way to put it, like, in paying him. Especially considering the movies were getting, like, really tacky. So they looked at other people, and Timothy Dalton was first on the call sheet to try and get a hold of to see if he wanted to be James Bond. And at the time, he was only like in his mid-20s, and he was an actor that had just, I can't remember the movie he had done, but he had just done some sort of movie, and it did really well, and everybody thought he'd do great for it, but he turned them down. And he specifically said, when he turned them down, that he didn't feel like he was old enough to play James Bond, because James Bond was always, you know, late 30s to mid 40s, maybe 50s, and he's only 26, and that's you know what I mean? So he didn't feel like he was the right age, and because of that, he wouldn't be able to play the role properly and so on, so he turned it down. Then somebody was a friend of Pierce Brosnan, and again, Pierce Brosnan was a great actor. He'd been doing stuff on stage, and he did a couple of things here and there, and they went to him, and he said the same thing. So then they went ahead and they put Roger Moore in another movie. And then sure enough, the next time another movie comes around and so on, they are uncomfortable yet again. So then they ask Timothy Dalton a second time. And Timothy Dalton's in his, like, I want to say he's like just about to turn 30 or just over 30, somewhere around there. And he looked at the part, he looked at the movie, and he said, guys, I understand what you're trying to do. I get it, but I don't think I can do this. I'm not old enough yet. So they said, okay. So then they went back to Pierce Brosnan. Well, the problem is at this point, Pierce Brosnan said he couldn't do it. And he couldn't do it because he was in the middle of some other project, right? So then they hire Roger Moore again. And then they hire, one more movie comes around, and they ask Timothy Dalton, and he turns it down again for the same reasons, plus there were conflicting, like scheduling issues and so on. And then they turn to Pierce Brosnan and ask him again, and Pierce Brosnan has to turn it down because, for a third time, because Pierce Brosnan is now on an American TV show called Remington Steele. And the producers of Remington Steele had the very difficult position of trying to make Remington Steele different from James Bond. And the producers of Remington Steele wouldn't let him do it because, in their words, Remington Steele is not James Bond, and neither shall the two ever become one. So then he had to turn it down. So then finally, here comes another Bond movie. And Roger Moore is getting old, and he's getting tired. And he doesn't want to play Bond anymore. So they finally get a hold, a fourth time, of Timothy Dalton. Timothy Dalton at this point, I think he said he was like in his mid to late 30s. And he finally goes, okay, finally, I think I can pull this off. And he went and he played Bond, and the first one did okay. Wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible. It did pretty decent. And then the second one came out and was very, very, very dated for its time. It was very dated in what they were doing and so on and so forth. And Timothy Dalton just kind of felt like it didn't really mesh with James Bond as well as it could have. And so after he was done that movie, he just said, that's it. Like, I need to go do other stuff. I don't want to be typecast as Bond, and I'm not particularly a fan of the writing from this last movie. So yeah, I want to go off and do something else. So then the next one comes around, pre-production for the next Bond movie comes around, and sure enough, it's GoldenEye. And they're like, okay, well, Timothy Dalton's out. I wonder if we can get Pierce Brosnan now that Remington Steele is over. So they talk to Pierce Brosnan, and he's like, listen, guys, he goes, this is like the fourth time you've come to me, and, I was really happy for Tim, and he was doing such a great job. And they're like, well, yeah, but he's out. And at the same time, we need a new Bond, and you're about the right age, and we think you'd do phenomenal, and we wanted you for a while. He goes, okay, send me the script. So they sent him the script, and sure enough, he liked it, and there you go. So that's how both Timothy Dalton and Pierce Brosnan both became James Bond. And it had nothing to do with them like disliking each other or anything. Like, it was literally just, for a while, Timothy Dalton didn't think he was old enough, and for a while, Pierce Brosnan was always in other stuff that wouldn't allow him to be James Bond.
Yeah, and obviously it's about adding all these moves so you can use the environment and you feel you have the range of the tools to do what you want, right? And you see here, you ram into things, you throw things from the environment, you throw people around over the environment into the environment, and it's giving you a sense of improvisation, which is really Bond's signature way of doing close combat in this game, at least. Also,
yeah, I was gonna say, so the way that they have Bond doing the hand-to-hand stuff in this game is more reminiscent of Daniel Craig's Bond. There's still stuff where you have Pierce Brosnan, like for instance, when we saw him use the watch laser on the chandelier, I could totally see Pierce Brosnan's Bond doing that 100%. You could also make the argument that Sean Connery's Bond is present in there too with that kind of combat, although again it's really, really hard to tell, because in the James Bond, or I should say in the Sean Connery Bond films, a lot of the stuff was much more highly staged, I guess would be the best way to put it. It's like watching a 1970s kung fu movie versus watching a kung fu movie that was made today, right? Everything looks more realistic because of the way things are shot, whereas things are more deliberately done in 1970s movies to show off what they're doing, but sometimes it comes off as like really tacky. So yeah, I think this is more of like the Connery and Daniel Craig way of doing it, which I think is fine and it fits a younger Bond flawlessly.
So what you know from some of the movies. My favorite environment interaction is probably the fire extinguisher. So it was one of these where, okay, I set out a vision at some point where I was saying, okay, we need to use these environment set pieces in close combat, and they need to go off. Even though it's not super realistic, it's just so much fun to have it happen, right? So, and the signature first attempt was the fire extinguisher. So you grab somebody, you throw them into a fire extinguisher, and that fire extinguisher blows up. And it can blow that guy back in your face, or it can blow up other people surrounding him and whatnot. And the instant we tried it, you just laugh out loud. It's like so fun. So now it got all over the place, like with cement bags and scaffolding, throw people into those, and it blows up.
But I mean, that's rule of cool, right? That's not a bad idea. There's nothing wrong with rule of cool. It's James Bond. Nobody is going into a James Bond movie thinking, okay, this is how I become a secret agent or a 00 agent or work for the government, and this is what I'm going to be doing. And like, nobody thinks that. Everybody knows you're not going to be driving around in a brand new Aston Martin that's got machine guns that come out of the headlights and rocket launchers that fire out of the taillights. It's not going to have oil slicks that you can just put out. You're not going to be able to fire off gas grenades from the car. Your car isn't, the car that you're going to be using is not going to be having a chaff system reminiscent of fighter jets when somebody fires a rocket launcher at you. Like, you're not going to have anything like that. That is not what it is. But it's fun to watch. Right? It's rule of cool. It's James Bond. He's always cool. So yeah, I don't have any issue with that.
Yeah, you can shoot them in the feet now. We implemented something where we actually register that as not a direct kill. So this is a way to go through our spaces in a way that you don't kill anybody. Even though we force combat on you in some specific cases, we make it so you can clear challenges in this way and clear these spaces without technically killing anybody. I recently tested another level where I had a similar sequence. I was shooting somebody and I ran out of bullets, and the most effective thing was to climb up a few stories onto a platform. I did that, but when I got there, I had another NPC in my face, and I punched him, and I needed to take him out fast, so I grabbed him, threw him over the railing, realized I still didn't have a gun, so I jumped after him, took his gun. There was another guy in my face, and I shot him, but I ran out of bullets, so I threw the gun. That took out the guy and ran to him, took up his weapon and fought on. And it was just, I had to pause the game and put my controller down. I was like, yes, it's actually happening naturally. The flow of events that we set out to do.
I think level design wise, when we build combat arenas and encounters, the goal for us is to make sure the player has enough options to use all the mechanics we have, so gadgets, guns, and melee. And I think to be able to achieve that, the best way is to provide moment-to-moment and second-to-second options for the player to always be able to move around.
That's
and
fair.
Always move forward. That's the main thing we try to have, is that the player has to go forward.
Yep.
And he has to be able to actually always find options. And that means we're not specifically a cover shooter. We don't want the player to stay and stick to one place. We want him to move around and switch between combat range and also combat melee.
You
And
want
that
him to be
means also,
James
like,
Bond.
using all the different things around to provide that.
Like, okay, perfect example of what they're talking about, and I think this is really, really, really important. Who here has seen Tomorrow Never Dies? Because I think Tomorrow Never Dies actually has, like, the perfect example as to what they're talking about. So in Tomorrow Never Dies, at the very, very, very beginning, you've seen bits and pieces. Okay. So at the very, very, very beginning of Tomorrow Never Dies, right? You're in MI6, and we are watching M, and I can't remember the dude's name, the really tall, bald dude. They are watching an arms deal go down somewhere in, call it Siberia, right? But there's this like big arms convention where it's basically like this big black market arms convention going on, and you don't see who's there, but you see the camera that they're holding being pointed, and Em is talking to the agent, and she's going, okay, yeah, down to your left, zoom in, and okay, this is that person, and then over here on your right, zoom in, and a little up, and so on, and they kind of go through this whole thing. And then then MI6 goes, okay, cool, we got enough of what we need, great. And then they radio into the agent, they say, you got to get out of there, because we just had the Navy launch like a Tomahawk missile or something, to that extent. And the agent doesn't move. And you don't hear what the agent is saying, but the bald guy, he's like, yes, no, you have to get out of there. He goes, yes, I know what I'm looking at. It's a plane, damn it. Right? And then you see the camera and it zooms in, and there's some sort of like nuclear missile bomb, whatever, I can't remember what it is, but it's on the plane that's front and center in the camera, and he goes, oh shit. So he basically tells M, he goes, that's a very specific nuclear missile. If that thing goes off, we're going to be looking at a nuclear disaster. So then they have the Navy try to abort the missile launch, which has already taken place, to try and like just make the thing splash down somewhere, and they can't because it's out of range. So now everybody's on pins and needles, and they're going, okay, you got to get out of there because it's coming. There's nothing we can do. It's on its own. It's autonomous now and everything. And he says, screw it. And he leaves the camera, and then it finally cuts to James Bond running from where he was, pointing the camera at this arms deal, and he's booking it. And he is getting as close as he possibly can. He sneaks in a little bit, and then he can't do it any longer because he knows time is running out. So he starts to shoot at things, and he starts to, try to get people to disperse. And, now all of a sudden people are starting to shoot back, and they're getting really close in, and he's switching back and forth, from using his gun to using hand-to-hand combat. But the entire time, his entire goal is to just move forward and keep getting closer to the plane as fast as he possibly can, so that he can get in the plane and get it the hell out of there before it becomes a nuclear disaster. That's the type of combat that they're looking for in this game, and I think that's fantastic. I really, really do.
So combat scenarios are pretty different based on the mission and the context, right? So I think we have very guided combat moments where the player is there, everybody knows he's here and it's been seen, and you have to fight your way through, like every classic Bond movie. And in that sense, we usually provide forward momentum with like guiding the player towards a very essential and visual element so that you always know where you need to go and you're not lost, so that you can also focus on the combat mechanics we have, moving forward, going from melee to range, and also trying to find your way through with gadgets.
In our previous games, combat, both range and close combat, was really a last resort for players. So this time around, we knew we had a protagonist that really, in James Bond, that really wanted a good combat experience. So we knew we had to craft that. We wanted it to be dynamic and reactionary and have that improvisation feel, as we know from James Bond as a character. And then I think the ultimate challenge was really the fact that we have these open gameplay spaces where we wanted the player to have total freedom, and you can choose whatever route you want. Do you want to do stealth? Do you want to do close combat, or anything in between, right? And for that to actually make sense for the player, we knew we had to craft a combat experience that was on par with the stealth experience. Some of the aspects in range combat in our game that we really wanted to highlight or emphasize on was the feeling of shooting a gun, right? You also need all those base level of functionality and feel that you have from other key shooter games, right? So we wanted that sound experience to be deep and impactful, and we spend a lot of time crafting explosions, right, to have that feel that feels like a beefy, meaty explosion.
Damn.
In 007 First Light feels like a very novel feature that we're doing here. It's something we had to invent for this game, because we have a character now that doesn't really shoot first. You know him as a character that he will use force if he needs to, but he won't shoot somebody who didn't actually shoot first. NPC draws a weapon, fires at you, or wants to really badly fire at you, then we give you license to kill, and now you're also allowed to draw your weapon and fire at him.
Okay, fair.
That's the car.
Got too much of a head start.
We had to up our game here, and you can't really have a James Bond game without driving, so we had to do something, right?
True.
I'm very happy that it has gotten together as it has. So now there's actually driving segments in the game, and you can chase some. You can do some of these mood driving segments where it's a little bit more calm. That's usually introductions to levels, and then you have some high octane chases too to have fun with. I mean, the ultimate feeling we want to give the player is to feel like having played as the James Bond character. And this just adds so much into that bucket of feeling.
That was the first episode of Beyond the Lights. We really hope you enjoyed. If you have any questions,
nice,
please leave a comment down below. And don't forget, you can pre-order the 007 First Light now and get a free deluxe upgrade.
Cool, let's go to episode 2, see what they got for us.
Hey everybody, welcome to the second episode of Beyond the Lights. In this episode we're going to be focusing on the cast and characters, where we'll have developers reacting to your videos, providing deeper insights, as well as having special appearances that you don't want to miss out on. Let's get straight into it.
My name is Martin Emborg. I'm the Bond IP Creative Director and Narrative and Cinematic Director, and I've been at IO since 2006 on and off.
Play.
Let's give him one.
He's so young!
They've got the cheek scar. They have got the cheek scar.
It's when he's a youngin'! Holy shit! It's when he's a youngin'! He looks dark, he looks mysterious, while also being cocky and confident and quite flirty as well.
Man, I love that they're getting that from this, because, yeah, obviously, he's all of those things.
Yeah.
The people who have put this together have done their homework, quite frankly. They're not just looking at cinematic.
Which was a delight, obviously, and the gravity of the job settles in as well when you do that, but it's very inspiring. Those books are amazing. Like, they're really well paced, they're really quite brutal, and they're really quite realistic. You can quite clearly see how the decades have had their versions, and so now it's our turn.
Okay. Fair?
Doing an origin story for something like Bond, it's a really interesting challenge, taking the core qualities of the character that people know and love, obviously, for 60 plus years. But then how did he get there? How did he become this guy that's suave and knows everything? What's the journey to go there? And hopefully the journey and where he comes from, to some extent, should surprise or, at least intrigue people, so that he isn't just kind of like stepping through the door and going, well, let's get started. Like there's a journey, there's a character arc that he needs to go through.
And you are? Don't think we've had the pleasure.
Now let's not get ahead of ourselves, James.
What is...
One thing I really, really like, by the way, is, and this is something that I understand, it was because of the time and so on, and they were going from old to new. This was right before they were really starting to transition from like older James Bond stuff to what we know from Daniel Craig. I really like that Moneypenny is no longer just potential sex partner. I actually really like that.
Very different in terms of like difference from books and movies is that in our version, Moneypenny is a field analyst, and so she's going to be in his earpiece. And so you get a lot more time with Moneypenny. You get a lot more conversation between her and Bond. So traditionally, Bond is a man of very few words. In our version, he speaks a lot more, which is partly because he's a young guy, but also partly to do with the medium. And we're not cutting to the next, set piece. You're with him. You're entering the building with him. And so you're going to be part of a lot of back and forth, a lot of conversation, and a lot of perspectives. Sometimes quite fun. It's always more fun to jump out of a window if you're being told not to.
True.
So that's definitely part of their dynamic as well.
So Bond and Moneypenny do have a long history, I guess, across the franchise.
Yep.
And ultimately, I think we wanted to honor that DNA in this version of her. So they do their dynamic treads this line of like, all cheekiness, but admiration. There's a lot of respect, but there's still pushback when needed. And yeah, we wanted to honor that.
But see, and here's the thing, and I understand what they're talking about, because in the last few movies, that's exactly what she was. She's this kind of analyst and stuff like that, and that's great. However, previously, Moneypenny was just somebody that James would flirt with constantly. Like, he'd come in, he'd throw his hat, it'd land on the coat rack, great, and then, oh, Moneypenny, good to see you again. And then, like, he'd prop up his leg and kind of half sit on the front, on the front of her desk, and, oh, James, you're so incorrigible, like all that shit, like, and they just flirt back and forth constantly, right? I'll be honest, she was kind of a nothing burger for the longest time, and I never liked that. Never.
I guess in First Light, we do see them at an earlier stage, just before that kind of mythology sets in around them, and, they're figuring each other out. So there is still that chemistry there, and hopefully that chemistry grows throughout the game, and everyone could kind of feel that and sense that. But at the same time... I've
been seeing so many quote tweets of a recent clip of the game, and it's like all insane action-packed shooting like crazy, and they'll be like, oh, well, I was excited for this, but it's not like Hitman, so never mind. I mean, it's a James Bond game. It's not supposed to be like Hitman. I don't know where they're getting that from. Like, there are shots where you can clearly see that, it is heavily inspired by what they've done with Hitman, but it's not supposed to be Hitman. That's really weird.
And they're figuring each other out. And we wanted to show that too, while still honoring everything that we've seen about them in the past.
When we meet him, he is a young man that steps into the world of espionage, steps into MI6, where he'll meet the surrounding cast. And the way that we work with the surrounding cast is that we've imbued these surrounding characters like M and Greenway and Moneypenny with some of those qualities that from Bond, and so that they can inform the character. And, fans will notice, oh yeah, so that might be, how he picked up his style.
It's got 13K likes. Well, I gotta see this. Hang on. What is this? Of course it's on. Of course it is. Yeah. Why wouldn't it be? I was way more excited for this when I thought it would play like Hitman. why would you be excited for it? That doesn't make any sense. Also, that's really fucking loud. Turn that down. Yeah, I don't see what's wrong with this. Why would anybody assume that James Bond and Agent 47 would be even remotely close to one another? Why would anybody assume that? This is like part of, like, and they have this, by the way, in literally every James Bond movie. They have it at least 2 or 3 times. They have it in the beginning, they have it somewhere in the middle, and they have it close to the end. And it's typically when things have gotten to a point where either James has to escalate to this extent, or something has been escalated and James has to intervene, right? And then it just turns into chaos. That's how it's always been for James Bond. Probably because of the company behind it, yeah, but maybe it's just me, but I really feel like if you did the same kind of things that James Bond, if James Bond did the same kind of things that 47 does, it'd just be a boring James Bond game. Yeah, people thought since it was by the same people who did Hitman that it'd just be James Bond, but Agent 40. Yeah, see, I don't like that. I really don't like that. That's not what it should be, ever, right? This should be like interacting with a James Bond movie. And if you're not a fan of James Bond movies, then chances are you're probably not going to like a James Bond video game. Kind of just that simple. So I'm not entirely sure like why they thought. And again, maybe it's because they don't watch James Bond movies. I don't know, but to me, that seems very, very, very narrow-minded. I will say that I thought this clip will be all of the game. I think he will definitely have espionage-type missions and whatnot. And when all hell breaks loose, it'll be like, well, they said that. They said that in these interviews and in this thing, right? That like it's not always action, but when it is. You know, and that's fine, right? They even said in the last one that he's got a bluff mechanic. So if he has enough instinct, right, which I'm assuming either raises over time, or if you do certain things or whatever, it'll raise it. But once that instinct meter hits a certain point, instead of just walking into a place and everybody looking at you and having the question mark over their head, right? You can use the instinct thing and he'll bluff his way out. So for instance, in the gameplay where we see him walk down the stairs and go, I need everybody to sit there and get ID checked right now, and this and the, because there could be somebody among you who's an imposter, and they go, okay, we'll check, we'll get right on it, sir, and stuff like that. That's totally fair, and that is definitely something James Bond would do, because James Bond walks in like he owns the place. So that makes total sense. And there are other things that he does too, where it's like, yeah, no, that's totally James Bond, and he's not kicking people in the teeth. People are comparing him to Uncharted, but I don't think that many people realize who James Bond is. He does some ridiculous ass shit sometimes. Yeah, he absolutely does. This is literally the same agent. Granted, there's been many iterations. But if you look at James Bond as just like a person, this is literally the same person who literally jumped off a cliff chasing an airplane that was unmanned so that he could fall fast enough to get into the airplane to then pull it back on the yoke so that he could fly the airplane out of there. That's pretty ridiculous, right? This is also the guy who took on an entire ship worth of paramilitary personnel on his own and blew it up. This is also the same guy who drove a car in the ocean as a submarine. Like, again, this is James Bond. It's rule of cool.
Q in our version is a very sartorial, very stylish gentleman. So he's the reason that the Q watch is an Omega, and he's the reason that the Q car, the spy car, is an Aston Martin. So that's a very tangible version of how these characters inform who he is.
Hi, my name's Alistair Mackenzie, and I play Q in 007 First Light. My first reaction when they asked me to play Q was nothing but excitement. I've just been such a massive fan of...
He's not some realistic ass person like people seem to think he is. He's very outlandish. Yeah, he's very, like, I mean, we're talking about a guy who drives around in Aston Martins, Jaguars, and BMWs, right? We're talking about a guy who wears Omega watches. We're talking about a guy who only drinks Bollinger champagne, right? Like, the list goes on of outlandish and bombastic and, like, flamboyant things that are done. And he has, like, especially when he's older, because I don't think they're going to do it in this game, but, like, when, you know, in the movies, stops to have, flings with basically every gorgeous woman that crosses his path, or at the very least tries to entice a woman to do so. And he's always in, like, the best hotels, and he's always in, like, these lavish and extravagant places like Monaco and, like, so on. Like, this is not typical secret agent stuff. It's not at all. You know, where you might have, say, like somebody from the CIA, and they're going from point A to point B, but they have to double back and do U-turns and take the wrong, deliberately take the wrong exit off the highway and drive around for a couple hours to make sure that they're not getting tailed before they finally go to where they need to go, and so on, and, possibly stop and then switch cars in a parking lot. And so James Bond is just like, no, fuck it. I got a brand new Aston Martin. I'm going to go right down the main drag and everybody's going to see me.
Bond for all my life. I grew up with Desmond Llewellyn playing Q, and then Ben Whishaw. So to be invited in to be part of that universe is just, well, it's very flattering and very exciting. Also for me, Q was always the, he was the cool uncle figure when I was growing up. I loved Desmond Llewellyn. I mean, he was, an old man, but he had this kind of uncle-like quality to him that was very, very appealing. First Light is, as I say, it's more of an origin story. So we have to, we see him as a slightly younger man, and we see him as somebody who's experienced in the field. He has to kind of teach Bond how to become an agent, effectively. So he's more of a kind of teacher-mentor figure. There's a lot of tech involved. He's kind of likes to mess around a bit, and Q has to keep him in check and remind him that he has a job to do and he has to do it properly, and he can't mess around with these gadgets because they're dangerous, and he's got to treat them with the respect and the care that they deserve. Our Q has to be someone who commands that kind of respect, has that sort of authority. He is the sort of professor and the teacher and the mentor, but is also...
I always see this debate, but do you think if John Wick and James Bond both had to kill each other, who do you think would come out on top, both with full prep and knowledge of each other? Oh, so I think the problem with a question like that is you have to suspend disbelief even more so, And I know it's kind of like, let's say you're in 4th or 5th grade, right? And you're like, oh, well, Arnold could totally, like the Terminator could totally kill RoboCop. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. And it's easy for me to sit there and go, oh, well, one or the other. But I think the problem with either of them winning is that you'd have to suspend disbelief to a point where James Bond and John Wick are living in the same world, which also doesn't make any sense. So James Bond lives in a world where you can be that lavish secret agent, but always still get the girl who's insanely gorgeous and so on and so forth. John Wick, on the other hand, is an assassin, not being controlled by any government. He's literally a contract assassin in a world where apparently everybody else is an assassin and also knows some form of martial arts. Because when the cops show up, the cops are like, oh, we're going to Mr. Assassin's place. We can't be here. And then they just leave. You know what I mean? It's like, it's really, really, like, it's not just, okay, well, it's John Wick versus James Bond. It's like, the reason why James Bond works as well as he does in those movies is because in that world, they have to work a certain way for James Bond to work a certain way. When it comes to John Wick doing what he does in those movies, it's also because he has the freedom to do so. And, most people, and we've seen this in the John Wick films, by the way, we've seen it in at least 2 of them, John Wick can sit there and have a flat-out gunfight in a nightclub, and most people don't even realize there's a gunfight going on. Somehow. So if you were to take John Wick and put it in James Bond's world, it wouldn't go very well. At the same time, if you were to take James Bond and put him in John Wick's world, it wouldn't go very well. So, where are we going to put them? Like, they are just as much a product of their environment as they are, like, showing how that environment works. And I don't think that's a fair comparison because the worlds are so completely different. On the one hand, though, I do think James is taking down more capable enemies in a way, like almost upper villains. James Bond does fight other assassins, sure, but they're kind of mid. And he's taking down world threats, whereas John Wick has really only taken down people for himself. Which, again, fair, yes, and you're not wrong, but at the same time, you also have to remember, and this is where I say, the world also dictates what they can and can't get away with. So if you look at say like the Sean Connery and the Roger Moore James Bond movies, you're looking at Blofeld, who's literally just a guy who sits out in the middle of nowhere on an oil rig somewhere with his cat, right? And then he has all of his henchmen do these things, and there's some grand master plan and this, that. And yes, he is a top villain. He's the world's, like, most feared villain in that world, sure. But he also doesn't do a whole lot of anything other than be like, no, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die, right? But it's not Blofeld doing it, it's a henchman doing it. And it's a weird thing because Blofeld doesn't do a whole hell of a lot other than if he realizes he can't best James Bond, he always has some sort of escape plan to get the hell out of there, and because he knows James Bond is going to come out on top anyway. Right? Blofeld doesn't do a whole hell of a lot. You know what I mean? Like, he really doesn't. Another example, and I know we talked about this when I was playing Dune, right? So the problem with the Golden Gun is you have so many people who don't even realize that James Bond never used the golden gun. And the golden gun was only ever used, I think, maybe 3 times throughout the entire movie, and was used by the bad guy. It was used by Scaramanga, right? And it was never supposed to look like a weird gun. It always looked like fucked up. And that was the point. It was a specific custom gun that was made. And it was a weird looking gun to emphasize that it is a unique thing and it's only designed to do one thing: kill immediately. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Didn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, that was the whole thing. But now all of a sudden, because it's used as an Easter egg weapon in the GoldenEye video game, everybody just goes, oh yeah, no, James Bond totally used the golden gun. He literally never used the golden gun. Ever. And even Scaramanga, who was built up to be like this insanely badass guy and practiced martial arts and was really smart, Scaramanga literally did almost nothing throughout that entire movie. Games kind of blinded people of that, like golden gun, or like that GoldenEye really made people think that the golden gun was a lot more impactful than it was. Yeah. And I mean, don't get me wrong, it's fun walking around with the golden gun or the golden PP7 or the silver PP7 and, you know, pulling off those kinds of... It's a lot of fun, absolutely. In a video game. But literally the golden gun was only ever used once, and it was used, well, only ever used 3 times, but as a prop, it was only ever used in one movie, and it was used by the bad guy. And the bad guy didn't really ever get to use it all that much. So, yeah, it's weird.
A little bit of a twinkle in his eye as well, and he's a friend of Bond as well. Q would not be where he is today if he was not experienced in the field himself. So I imagine, you know, he's got a few tasty moves under his belt that he can bring out if necessary. But this one is only for 00 agents, James. If you want to drive it, you'll have to earn the number.
Then you have someone like Greenway, who's a new character. He's the mentor character, and he does not want Bond.
No, see, I don't think that, and the reason why I don't think that, and I think you're probably coming at it more from like a cultural perspective, and I don't think that's a bad thing. But it's also John Wick is giving off a completely different energy than James Bond ever could. So John Wick is a guy that in his world everybody knows you don't fuck with. And if you do think you can fuck with him, then everybody knows you're incredibly stupid. Right? He is Baba Yaga. That's the whole point. You do not mess with him. And then you had that guy's idiot son who killed his wife, and then he gets the dog, and then they come back and they kill the dog, and now he's pissed, and everybody knows you don't mess with him. And he just goes balls to the wall the entire time. James Bond, on the other hand, is somebody that you constantly have these like larger than life arch nemeses who show up, or, you know, supervillains who show up and always underestimate him, which is stupidity on their part. So but nobody stops to think, oh, well, I mean, it's James Bond, maybe you shouldn't. Everybody just rolls with the stupidity. So although, yes, the end result is the same, it's the way they get there that makes a huge difference.
Anywhere near this program, he's handpicked all the other recruits. They all excel at what they do. And so he basically sees Bond as someone who got lucky and should just, you know, keep walking. But M and Bond they have a lot of similarities. So in this version of the character of M, she's a lot younger. she's treated as the temp. I think everyone assumed that she would move on and be unable to kind of wield MI6, but she has this easy authority that fits the character of M, but she's ambitious, and she's the one that I think really sees something that MI6 is missing.
I'm Beatrice Harty, I'm lead for the character department, and I've been with IOI for 3.5 years. So the process of creating the initial look of a character usually starts with us getting a bio from the narrative team. So we have a sense of, the basic stuff. What's the age, what's the gender, where do they come from, do they have some kind of cultural connection, what's their personality like, what's their ambitions, all of that. Because we don't just create one look usually for our characters, we actually do a full wardrobe for them, if you will. Usually we take a lot of reference images off the internet, make it quick and easy, gather a little bit what we think might be interesting, what might look good, what might feel good, what might feel...
Wouldn't really say he's James Bond, but to a modern audience, I think he's their James Bond in a way, especially now that it's become a franchise of 4 films, just because the kind of character John Wick is, much like James Bond. Maybe, but at best, I think it's going to be a flash in the pan, and the reason why is because you cannot have John Wick without Keanu Reeves. I think if they tried to make another John Wick movie, not Ballerina, but if they actually tried to replace Keanu Reeves with another John Wick, you would find yourself in a very, very, very difficult position, because Keanu Reeves just brings everything to the table that John Wick is. Whereas with somebody else, you might find someone who is really good at Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but they also have the personality and the aura of a sneaker, which isn't good. Or you might find somebody where the personality and the look fits, but they can't fight for shit, and now everything looks like crap when it comes to the action scenes. And unfortunately, let's face it, Keanu Reeves is doing nothing but getting older, and his knees are giving out, and he's got back problems and everything else, so it is getting tougher for him to do those movies. So I think once Keanu Reeves is done, that's probably going to be it for John Wick. Now, I don't have a problem with spin-offs where, like Ballerina, which I haven't seen yet, by the way, but I've heard kind of mixed. I don't have a problem with the concept of a movie like Ballerina, which is a spin-off in the same world, but the important thing is that it's not John Wick. Right? I think they'd be very, very, very hard-pressed to find somebody who could carry on John Wick. Hang on one second. Sorry about that. I thought I heard commotion outside, but no, it was somebody driving by. Yeah, James Bond has become a kind of title more so than a person, much like Batman. You can't really pass the mantle of John Wick like you can James Bond, especially since 007 started so early and has already had several actors. Well, yes, I think the important thing to note, though, is that I don't think John Wick is ever really supposed to be something along the lines of like a massive staying or a massive like franchise with that kind of staying power. I think they're just trying to tell, stories here and there about something that works or that happens to a certain character or characters, and then that's it. James Bond, on the other hand, is something that is in a very unique position because I'll use it actually, here, I'll do this, right? So I will do, yeah, I'll do paint, right? Handyman, secret weapon, paint. So if you have, and I know this is a really, really, like, bad analogy, but just stick with me for a second, okay? So you have, actually, we'll turn it yellow. No, you're fine. We're just shooting the shit anyway, right? So you have Star Trek. Oops. Yeah, there we go. So we got Star Trek, the original series, right? And then you have, well, I'm just focusing on the shows. So you have Star Trek TOS, and then you have Star Trek TNG, right? And then you have Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and then you have, I'll do this one. Fuck it, I'll do this one. Then you have Star Trek Voyager, right? Now, all of these in timeline succession line up. The original series takes place, or I should say TNG takes place about 80 to 85 years after the events of the original series. Deep Space Nine takes place toward the end of the Enterprise's run. Voyager takes place roughly about a year or two after Deep Space Nine is established. But then, and this is where it gets a little funky, you have Enterprise, right? Now, when it comes to Enterprise, Enterprise is interesting. Why? Because Enterprise actually is 100 years before the events of the original series. Right? That's kind of weird. So now they've done in succession 4 successful series. Now they're doing a 5th series that takes place beforehand. Right? Cool, but at the same time, Captain Kirk is not doing anything with the Enterprise D. Sisko is not doing anything with the Enterprise D or Voyager. Janeway is not doing anything with Deep Space Nine or the Enterprise D or the original Enterprise. Here's Enterprise, and they're not doing anything with Voyager, Deep Space Nine, TNG, or TOS, and actually take place about 100 years before TOS. It's always different people. With James Bond, you have to suspend disbelief to the point where it doesn't matter whether it's Sean Connery, George Lazenby, Sean Connery again, Roger Moore, Timothy Dalton, Pierce Brosnan, Daniel Craig. It's always looked at as the same person. So you can tell stories, whether it be at the beginning or at the end, and it doesn't really matter. They all just kind of fit into James Bond. How do you feel about a show or franchise that starts off within a certain time frame and then later goes, oh, but here's a prequel? Do you think they should just have started from the time of the prequel to begin with instead of trying to go back after the fact? No, I think it depends. So, for instance, a perfect example of what you'd be talking about would be Star Wars, right? Episode 4, A New Hope, was the first one to be made. 4, 5, and 6 were the first 3 to be made, and that's perfectly okay. And it was made under the premise that, you know, maybe someday episodes 1, 2, and 3 would be made. But one of the biggest reasons why they weren't made for the longest time is because technology wasn't really there to do what George Lucas wanted to do. So then in 2000, I think it was 2000, it was either 2000 or 2001, but either way, then you finally have episode 1. And people have been waiting for episode 1 for over 30 years at this point, right? There's nothing wrong with that. And to be fair, the prequel trilogy was pretty successful, but they had to wait like 30 years in order to pull it off. And I don't think it hurt Star Wars whatsoever. Now, when it comes to Star Trek, right? Here's Star Trek, and then that gets taken off the air in the late 60s. 1987 comes around. TNG's here. 1992, 93 comes around. Here's Deep Space Nine. 1995 comes around. Here's Star Trek Voyager. 2001 comes around. Here's Enterprise. But Enterprise takes place before TOS. If there's a story and it's good enough and you can get characters who are believable, I don't think it's a problem. I really don't think it's a problem. You got to remember, by the time Enterprise aired, Star Trek was already like 40-something years old. So I don't think it's a problem, but you have to have the right stories. You have to have the right characters. Because if you don't, you end up with basically what looks like a money grab. It does. And I think it all depends on exactly what stories you want to tell. And I think nowadays, one of the biggest issues is that it's easier to start from step one because we've got CGI and we have all these special effects, and compared to how it used to be, these special effects are like dirt cheap. And we have more processing power in terms of computers, and they can do so much more than they could have ever done in the past. And that's fantastic. And even 25 years ago, it was still that, you know, we had these amazing things, to the point where George Lucas could sit there and go, yeah, let's do it. Let's make Star Wars episodes 1 through 3. And everybody went nuts for it because it is on such a grander scale than 4, 5, and 6. But I don't think it detracted. I don't think it detracted at all. I think it was I think the issue is now is that a lot of the time people have too much freedom. So for instance, you have something like Star Trek Discovery, right? Star Trek Discovery is a prequel, but a lot of people don't like it. Why? Well, one, because we've already done a prequel. We did it with Enterprise. And two, because instead of focusing on the characters and actually making them more than one-dimensional, they would rather focus on explosions, space battles, and pew-pew, which takes away from everything that's going on between people, right? That was never Star Trek. Star Trek was always about people. It was always about thinking your way out of a thing. It was about, you know, if you had to use weapons, it was in either one of two ways. It was either as a last resort or to use as a tool, or saved most of the action for the movies where they had a really big budget and they could play around with things a little bit more. Nowadays, you don't have to worry about that, right? One of the biggest things that Marvel has going for it right now, and I know that it was done because people were always trying to sneak peeks. We talked about this before for sets, right? But one of the biggest pluses that Marvel has going for them right now, and I think it's been squandered a lot, is that they literally just have to shove their actors in front of a green screen and set the cameras up properly, and then the actors do whatever they have to do for acting, and then they can add in whatever world they want. Could be New York City, could be any of the stuff that Doctor Strange was doing, could be some sort of mythical version of China, could be Siberia, it could be a completely different galaxy, could be a completely different universe. It doesn't matter. it's because all the actors are only on a green screen. Whereas before, blue screen and green screen stuff were very, 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 very expensive. But it was kind of a lose-lose for a while, because if you weren't going to do stuff on a green screen, which most of the time came out looking like crap, that means you had to film in a place that could, at the very least, reasonably resemble the location that you're trying to portray, if not just film exactly in that location, which cost a lot of money. Now Marvel doesn't have to do that. Marvel can just go, screw it. We've got everything in-house. We're already paying these people, right? That's a hell of a lot less expensive than it used to be. We might as well use it because we got some of the best people in the business. And if we don't, we're on really good terms with the people who are, so we can get them to work for us. And unfortunately, that also kind of stifles creativity, because I think in a lot of instances, especially if you go back and you watch older TV shows and older movies, creativity is usually bred from restriction. And that's not something that most have to worry about nowadays. They can presumably basically just do anything and everything that they want, right? Restriction breeds creativity, and you have a lot of shows nowadays that a lot of people crap on because either A, they're just not good, or B, they're focusing on the wrong things, or C, like it just doesn't fit the overall theme. And to be completely honest, I feel like a lot of the time they're right, but it's also because they don't really have to be creative. They just need a basic premise and an existing franchise and get everybody really excited. And it could be the simplest of premises, but it doesn't matter because now they can just focus on space battles, laser pew-pews, explosions, action, and everything else. And there you have it. Right? I don't feel like it's I don't feel like it's one of those things where you have to do anything in a particular order, but it definitely helps. It definitely can help. But again, it depends on how you're framing things and why you're framing things in a certain way and why you're doing something that way. And a lot of the time, you don't have to worry about those restrictions anymore today. So, I mean, screw it. You might as well just do it from the get-go, right?
You'll write for this character, and then we start sketching.
We're going to finish this up, and then after that, I'm calling it.
Start making a few concepts, and same there. We start making something loose, and then we go sharper and sharper and sharper into something that we then can go like, okay, this looks really good. This feels really good. It's quite important for us to make sure that we're creating characters that also complement each other or contrast each other, depending on what their role in the story is. So we once again want to really kind of look at also the relationships in between the characters, what they're doing together in the different levels, and making sure that that also feels believable and real. So in designing a villain, presence is of course one of the most important things that we want to portray, that we have a strong presence and a strong impression of this character right away. And one of the things that were fun to explore with Bavma was having some really bold, striking colors for him. Because this guy doesn't have to blend in at all. He can stand out, and he's not afraid to stand out, even in this highly, highly dangerous place. Like, he can afford to be almost a little bit flashy and really...
Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine.
Showing that he's
True. Don't worry about
it.
it.
Created this yellow suit situation for him that kind of oddly makes me think a little bit of poison frogs. The way that they are beautiful and alluring to look at, but the color is also clearly there to signal a danger.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Totally fair.
When you're in that creative space at the very beginning and you're lying on a couch and like having big thoughts, you know, some of those things arrive fully formed. What is the story we want to tell about a young Bond, and where do we want to meet him, and where do we want to leave him, and, you know, all that good stuff. And it's there's some alchemy going on, for sure.
So when we bring someone in for full likeness into our game, what we usually start with is getting them to a scanning studio. And we put them inside this lovely dome with a lot of cameras, and we make a scan of their face, their body, also their hands, whatever data that we think that we might need to get them into our virtual little world. Then we take that home with us, and we...
I haven't seen him yet, no.
Their faces, make something that is ready to put into the game, has the resolution and, you know, our shaders, our textures, all of that to get the look that we have in our game. All of these different expressions that we have scanned, we use that for our animators, animating their faces to be able to make sure that we're hitting these poses that we see that they can do. I'm thinking of Lenny James playing Greenway. He has a super expressive, lovely face. That has been super fun to work with, but that has also been a little bit of a challenge on what to keep into the base model and what to add in through animations and
6'5", wow,
work and look correct. I mean, we spend so much time studying these people's faces and how they move around and how their wrinkles sort of react in different situations, to the point where these poor actors would probably get a little self-conscious if they knew about. But we do spend a lot of time looking at them talking and moving about to get the correct feeling into our characters on them in our game, yeah.
You know, you work for years and you're in the VA booth all the time and you do loads of mocap and you're staring at these kind of like grey shapes on the screen and trying to make what you're saying and doing match that. And then all of a sudden they come to you with these clips and you're like, wow, we've made something. And we've made something that is really cool. And yeah, I think that kind of moment hit even harder for me because it is my first game and I've never seen that come to fruition before. Yeah, I felt this insane amount of pride to be this tiny cog in the huge kind of beast that is the making of a video game. And yeah, I just can't wait to see it all now.
It was just such a joy to collaborate with Naomi. Like, I think everybody who was working on this wanted to make it as good as it could be. And you know, it was like surprisingly kind of grueling days and like and long days, but I think everybody knew the kind of weight of responsibility you have when you're doing something like that is so beloved by fans already. And Noah came into that and just like crushed it every day. It was so fun to work with, and like
Corcados.
Yeah, a lot of Corcados. Yeah, and then just killing it every day.
Once you find the actor or actress that will portray and breathe life into this character, there's a recalibration. Like the instincts of great actors, I mean, it's priceless, and obviously it has a major impact on the character. And I think the luxury of something like this, where we've worked with someone like Paddy for a long time, you do get to calibrate the character to fit what he does and his instincts and how he carries himself. Obviously, when you have a text and you have a character, that's when the work begins to some extent, right? It's like you could play something in a myriad different ways. I was extremely impressed with how much he brought to the table, and that's true for the whole cast. How much they bring when they come in and the questions that they ask. I mean, you better be on your A game. Like it's we're operating at a quite high level on this project.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think we've made something quite special.
Okay. Cool. Who's in Frankenstein, Euphoria, and Saltburn?
Second episode of Beyond the Lights.
I haven't seen Frankenstein yet, but I definitely want to at some point for sure. But that is going to be it for me for tonight. I do want to thank everybody for being here and for hanging out. We had Corgi coming in with a raid. Thank you so much, Corgi. It's good to see you. And hopefully you're on the mend. We had True. We had Sophia. We had Aylin. We had Bloop. We had Corgi. We had Vag here for a little bit. We had Sober. We had Medicine. Yeah, we had a lot of awesome people. So thank you, everybody, for being here. I really, really appreciate it. I will be back later on today, but until I see you all then, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course the number one golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing all of you later on. Thanks so much, everybody. Have yourselves a great night. I'm out.